How are we with the rest of the mics?
It's phone coming in my ears.
You can hear me?
Your microphone's coming in my ears.
You're not picking me up here?
Well, I am, but when you tap your mic,
Really?
it sounds to me. But, you know, I speak English.
Okay, let me just test this mic. It's coming through. Can y'all hear me? Fine?
Yes, with all respect, John, it's usually when you're at a,
Yeah.
thank you.
When I'm thinking and talking. When I'm thinking and talking, that didn't make a lot of sense. Okay, it sounds like the mic is on. Am I coming through the speakers? No. All right.
The judge's lapel mic not working.
Yeah, she's hearing it. It's always something, right? So you can hear me tapping?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on through. You want to come up? Yes. Okay, he's going to come on up. All right, let me step off a little bit. All right, we're going to be in recess for about 5 minutes.
said she assured me that the moment she went to the restroom, the moment you talked on the
I can't speak for co-counsel, but I'm very happy to proceed without Ms. Dunkowski.
All right, well, while we're just waiting to get anything of substance, I will try to speak up a little bit this morning until we run some additional cables through the bench. You've got nothing?
But I can hear you through the other microphones.
How about if I turn the directional mic? Yeah. All right, another good excuse not to have bench conferences. The directional mic's now faced towards me. The court reporter's got me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I was just saying, I'm going to speak loudly. If anybody has any issues hearing me, let me know. We're just running some additional audio cables, which hopefully will be done sometime this morning. Anything from the state before we get started?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Just so there had been some discussion in the last couple of days, I think Mr. Hogue had suggested when the jury comes out to ask them about the court's instructions, instead of doing it that way, I'm having the Sheriff's Department check with the jury in the morning and make sure that there have not been any issues with the court's instructions. If I do get some response back, I'll let the parties know what those responses are. So I'm just going to bring them back and we'll get started.
Yeah, with all due respect, that makes me a little nervous to have someone from the Sheriff's Department speaking privately to the jury.
It shouldn't, because the bailiff is always with the jury, and she's instructed them on the court's instruction to let her know if there have been any issues with the court's instructions. That's, at least in this court's practice, relatively standard. I'm not going to call them out every day, I've decided, and have them on the record indicate whether there's something there, because there may or may not be, and if any information is provided to the court, then I provide that information to the parties, and I'm happy to do so.
That would be Ms. Patrick, Your Honor.
That would be what?
It's the bailiff. Whoever the bailiff is that day, or whoever the Sheriff's Department is working with the jury plan, there are individuals that are taking care of the jury's security and will be in touch with them, and I have instructed them accordingly.
I trust her, I trust them all, Your Honor. I do not join in that objection, or whatever we characterize it.
Just for the record then, Your Honor, if we could, fashioned it as a motion, and the motion is being denied, correct?
It's fashioned as a motion, yes. I've just explained what the court's process is. I'm not sure that I consider it a formal motion. I'm just informing the parties as to what the court is doing. I guess you raised it as a motion, so technically it is denied?
Okay.
Or the motion is based on the request of the defense.
I'm
I'm
making
doing
it-
what the defense asked, which is making sure that the jury informs the court affirmatively whether there have been any issues with instructions, as opposed to passively just assuming they've heard the instructions. So it's denied in part.
Well, my motion, just for the record, Your Honor, I stand by the ruling, of course. The motion, though, is to have the court do it in open court with the jury seated in the courtroom. And the court's denying that motion. That's what it sounds like, and doing it a different way. I understand the way that you're doing it, and that's the way it is. But I just want the record to be clear. I have moved the court to do it a particular way, and the court's denying that motion.
In part, correct. All right, let's go get the panel then. Mark.
All right for the jury.
Please be seated.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I know that front seat, it's difficult, in the corner here, it's difficult to see the big board. Do you have a full view? Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, I've got all 15 present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good evening. We are ready to continue with the presentation of evidence in this case. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's ready.
All right.
At this time, the state will call Officer Jeffrey Brandenberry.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, there, sit down.
All right, Officer Brandenberry. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Jeff Brandenberry, JEFF-BRANDEBERRY.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I work for Glenn County Police Department,
And how long have you worked for the Glenn County Police Department?
about 4.5 to 5 years.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about your entire career in law enforcement real quick, okay?
ma'am.
When did you start in law enforcement?
I was hired at the end of 2016. I put through the academy, graduated in 2017. Worked for Glenn County for about 2.5 years. Ended up leaving and moving up to North Georgia to be with my wife and family. Stayed up there for about 8 months, and we decided to move back here, where I got my job back early 2020.
All right, so early 2020, you were rehired by Glenn County Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when you were rehired in early 2020, what were your job duties and responsibilities at that time?
I was a patrol officer at the time. I was assigned an area to patrol. My assignment was to patrol that area and answer calls in that area and back up other officers if they needed.
And is that currently still, or are those currently still your job duties and responsibilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now, as a patrol officer, you're in a suit today. What do you normally wear as a patrol officer?
I normally wear my department issued uniform along with a duty belt and a body camera.
And when you're a patrol officer, currently and back in early 2020, are you alone in your car or are you with somebody?
No, ma'am. Policy is that when you come back, you have to go back through field training.
All right, so when you came back in early 2020, did you actually go through field training?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is your FTO or field training officer?
Officer Caitlin Roberts.
So once you finish the field training with Glenn County, are you a single person in the car or two people in the car?
One person.
And the car you're in, is that a marked patrol car?
It is.
And are you a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
All right, so you've gone through training down at the Georgia Peace Officer Standards Training Council facility.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to direct you specifically to February 23rd, 2020. All right. Was this your first day back on the job?
I believe it was my second.
Your second day. All right. Tell the jury what was going on with you that day.
We were backing up other officers on a domestic violence call. I heard a call for shots fired come over the radio in Satilla Shores. So Caitlin and I got in her car and went down to Satilla Shores, responded.
All right, so you were actually out on a different call,
Yes, ma'am.
and it was a domestic violence call?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you heard this, you're with your field training officer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you head to Satilla Shores.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how were you feeling that day?
Actually, I was sick. I was not feeling well at all.
All right, you had a head cold?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why couldn't you take the day off?
I hadn't accrued any time off yet.
'Cause this was your second day back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question. You ever testified at a trial before?
Not with a jury, no, ma'am. Certainly not on TV.
Okay. All right. All right, so we're going to take it easy here, all right? So, Satilla Shores, what county is that in?
Glenn County.
I'm going to direct your attention to February of 2020. Prior to that date, did you know the man seated over there, William Roddy Bryan?
No, ma'am.
And prior to February of 2020, did you know Greg McMichael seated here?
No, ma'am.
All right. And prior to February 2020, did you know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
All right, so on this day that you're with your field training officer, what's your shift that day?
I was on day shift, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., I believe.
So day shift is a 12-hour shift.
Yes, ma'am. At the time, I believe it was. It may have been a 10-hour shift. I don't recall.
And you were in your uniform,
Yes, ma'am.
and the car you were in was marked.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you and Officer Roberts arrived, who was driving the car?
Officer Roberts.
All right. What were you assigned to go do when you arrived at the corner of Holmes and Satilla?
I was tasked with interviewing Greg McMichael.
All right. And did you, in fact, go up to speak with Greg McMichael?
I did.
And was that captured on your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to review your body cam video, States Exhibit 189?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that body cam video fair and accurate as you recall your interaction on the scene that day?
It was.
And in addition, have you reviewed the transcript associated with States 189, States 189A, the transcript of that interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 189 and 189A.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, subject to certain limitations, Your Honor.
I don't know what the limitations are.
Okay.
Do I need to do this outside the presence of the jury?
Well, we probably could just approach briefly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step into the jury room, and we'll bring you back out in just a moment.
So all rise for the jury, please. Please be seated.
There's a statement made by Travis McMichael on the video that we would not intend to play for the jury. And we were talking here just a moment ago. Is it correct that the state is not seeking to have the videos, the body cam videos, go back into the jury room?
Depends on how they were tendered and admitted.
Well, if it's admitted, then it is something the jury could watch again.
Well, it depends on, but let me think about that for a second. So in this particular case, the reason we're not playing the videos is because of the brutal issues associated with them. And so my understanding is that the parties had discussed the brutal issues and agreed that there are parts of those videos that contain brutal problems
Right.
that will not be played to the jury.
Right.
So when you say that they'll have them in the back to play, no. One, because of the Bruton issues, but two, because as videos, this court's position is if a video is going to be replayed,
Right.
it would have to be done with all the formalities of trial based upon a request by the panel.
Okay.
So I'm not,
Very good. That's fine. There are portions of the videos, however, that don't impact Bruton. They're just, they show what's going on, they show behavior, they show conduct, etc. I just wanted to make it clear, there is a statement by Travis that he makes pretty early on in the video to Officer Brandeberry and Officer Roberts that we are not intending to put into evidence. And so to the extent that we've agreed that this video is in evidence, we are not intending to put in a statement that is a particular statement that he makes. So,
well, it's been tendered.
it's been tendered.
I understand that the Bruton issues have been addressed. If there's something separate, some statement that is, you're telling me there's a statement, I don't know what the statement is, and I don't know whether it is one of the Bruton statements or objectionable for some other reason.
Well, we have had a discussion with the state about opening the door to other evidence, and we're not sure that this statement would open the door if we sought to admit it. And so we, out of an abundance of caution, we're not seeking to admit the statement that Travis makes early on when he's there with Officer Roberts, because we don't want the state to believe that it's opened the door. They have not come to us and said that this particular statement would open the door, but just out of an abundance of caution, we don't want to do it.
What statement are we talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm lost.
The statement is, the last thing I ever wanted to do. It's on page 3 of the transcript.
I'm
I'm sorry, I'm just letting the state know. The last thing I ever wanted to do or ever wanted to happen. Sorry? Line 23. Line 23. And so to the extent that we just don't want the state to later say that because we didn't state this on the record, that somehow we've now put this statement into evidence, which opens the door to some, other motive evidence or something along those lines.
I do understand where defense counsel is going at this point in time. I get it. The answer is, at this point in time, the state is not going to put that statement into evidence. If Mr. McMichael were to take the stand and it became an issue, the state may ask him, did you say this? And we would maybe recall Brandeberry if he denied having said this. And we will go down that road at the time if Mr. McMichael was ever to testify. So at this point in time, the state is not putting that statement in.
Okay.
And I just want to make it very clear that was our concern. That we're not intentionally it's not being argued that we're intentionally opening the door by putting in a statement.
I understand.
Okay, very
All
good.
right. Okay, let's go get the panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I believe we are ready to proceed. The two exhibits, give me the numbers again.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders into evidence State's Exhibit 189, the body cam video, and State's Exhibit 189A, the transcript of the body cam video, neither of which will go back with the jury during their deliberations. It's strictly being tendered for the record, with the understanding about portions may be played if relevant to the case.
Understand based on the record that has been created on the tender that they are admitted, subject to certain limitations already placed on the record. I think I said that correctly.
Yes. All right, so. Officer Brandon Barry. What name did Mr. McMichael give you when you first went up to interview him? And I'll direct you to page 10 of State's Exhibit 189A.
Gregory Johns, Johns, McMichael, McMi.
And where did he tell you he lived?
230 Satilla Shores,
All right. And what was his weight?
230 pounds,
How tall was he?
5'10".
And did he also give you his phone number?
He did 912-217-1726.
All right. And is this standard procedure to go up to somebody and ask them this biographical information?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall exactly what he was wearing when you spoke with him?
Yes, ma'am. He was wearing flip-flops, blue jeans, a gray long-sleeve shirt, and I believe a black hat at one point.
Okay.
There's that microphone on. I heard that, but there.
Yeah, if you could maybe just try to pull the microphone in front of you. The way the jury stand's working, it's a little awkward, but if you could try to speak into the microphone.
You need me to repeat anything?
No, I heard that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. And you've identified Mr. McMichael as the man I talked to, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Greg McMichael, at that point in time, did you notice anything on his hands?
Yes, he had blood on, I believe it was his left hand.
All right. So directing your attention specifically to page 13, okay? Starting with the line, he had his arm. What did Greg McMichael talk about? What did Greg McMichael tell you about the blood that was on his left hand?
He said he had his arm when he went down, face down, and his arm was stuck that underneath him. And I don't know if he was going for a weapon or what, because at that point he was still breathing. So I pulled his arm out to see if there was a weapon in it.
Okay. So now I'm going to direct you specifically to page 17 of the transcript. All right. Did Greg McMichael tell you what happened? And I'm going to have you do the specific quote of what he said, lines 5 through 9.
Yes, ma'am. He said, okay, I was in my driveway working on I'm reupholstering some boat cushions in the back of my truck. I look up, this guy comes hauling ass down the street. I'm talking about dead run. He's not jogging.
Right. And then going to lines 13 through 15, what did he say?
Right this way. Several nights ago, numerous occasions, the guy has broken in to a house over there. They've got him on video.
All right. And when you asked same house, what did he say?
Same house. Nobody could ever catch him. They've had him on video going into that house numerous times.
Right. And then going to the next page, page 18. Did he get more specific about how many times they've got him on video?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say on lines 2 to 3?
Anyway, they got him on video going into this house 2 or 3 times.
Now, generally, what did Greg McMichael tell you about his location when the actual shooting and homicide took place?
He said he was in the back of the truck.
Now directing you specifically to page 21. Okay. So if we're going to start off with line 10, so in regard to how Greg McMichael was able to recognize Mr. Arbery, who had been inside that house 2 or 3 times on video, line 10, what did Mr. McMichael say?
I've seen these videos, so I know what the guy looks like. Black male. He wears short pants generally, a white t-shirt. He's got these little short dreads. I don't know what the hell you call them, but anyway. So I'm standing in my front yard just a little while ago. This guy comes hauling ass down the street. Like I said, I mean, like something's after him.
Okay, so as part of this, did he tell you what he did next on line 17?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting with so I,
He said, so I haul ass into my bedroom to get my .357 Magnum.
all right, so hold on, I'm gonna have you back up to line 17.
Okay.
Okay, so what does it say there?
In the meantime, so I haul ass back into the house. I
Okay,
said,
all right. Don't wanna go into that next line, right? Okay, so we're talking about what Greg McMichael did here,
Mhm.
right? Okay, so then what did Greg McMichael say I did on line 19?
so I haul ass into my bedroom and get my .357 Magnum.
Okay, and then going down to line 22, okay, starting with don't know, what does he say the reason is he gets his gun?
Don't know if the guy's armed, because the other night the guy stuck his hands in down his pants.
Okay, and what did he say about that at the end of line 24 and 25?
I don't take any chances.
All right, so now, going to kind of the next page, while you were talking to him, what was his demeanor?
He was pretty amped up. He was, he appeared a little upset. He was talking a lot with gestures and using his hands.
Would you describe him as animated?
Yes.
All right. And you said amped up as well.
Mm.
All right, so did he know where he was?
He knew the general area. He did not know what street he was on.
All right, did you have to tell him what street he was on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And as part of that conversation at the end of page 22, did he indicate where he saw the man running down?
Yes,
Line
ma'am.
21.
He's running down Satilla Drive.
Okay. And then what did Mr. McMichael say he went from Satilla Drive?
Onto Burford.
All right. Now, while you're doing this interview at this part, how often are you interrupted?
Quite regularly.
All right. Like, could you get a continuous narrative from Mr. McMichael while you're standing there?
No, ma'am.
All right. Why not?
Because I was interrupted by other officers and other people on scene.
Okay, when you say other people on scene, what do you mean other people on scene?
General bystanders. People who were curious and watching.
All right. So, did you try and kind of direct him back to keep talking to you at a certain point in time?
Several times.
All right. So, at a certain point where you're trying to get him back, did you try and tell him, you saw the guy in Burford, the guy was cut off, and then the guy turned around and went back? Did you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you're trying to tell him, okay, so tell me what happened next. What does he say on page 24 that happened next? On line 2 through 4.
He said, I jumped in the back of the truck because I didn't want to sit in that damn kid's seat again. I jumped in the back of the truck.
Okay. So, at this point, while you're standing there, are you near the white pickup truck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, when he says, I jump in the back of the truck because I don't want to sit in that damn kid seat again, does this truck have only 2 seats, or are there 4 seats? Is it a 2-door,
It
4-door?
was a single cab. It only had the front driver's seat, and then I believe it was a bench seat, and then the passenger seat.
All right. And what was in the passenger seat, if you recall?
There was a child's kid seat.
All right. And is it your understanding that he's talking about on Burford, he jumps out to get in the back of the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after he goes ahead and jumps in the back of the truck, line 7, where does the black male go?
He's running down the damn road.
Okay.
Uh,
And what did Greg McMichael indicate that he was saying to the black man who was running down the damn road?
Stop, stop, stop. I want to talk to you.
Okay. And when he got the truck up next to him, what did Greg McMichael say? Greg McMichael said to the black man.
Stop, goddammit.
Was it clear at this point in time exactly where the truck was stopped when he said, "Stop, goddammit"?
No, ma'am, not really.
Did he indicate how many times he had said to Ahmaud Arbery, "Stop, goddammit"?
It sounded to me like he said stop, goddammit one time.
Now, did you ask Mr. Greg McMichael how many shots there were?
I did.
What did he say?
He said there were 2 shots.
I'm going to direct your attention now to page 25 at the top. And you ask him, so you heard 2 shots.
Mhm.
What does he indicate?
He said he saw him.
Okay. And then lines 6 through 9. What did he say then?
I saw him. Yeah. In fact, if to be perfectly honest with you, if I could have got a shot at the guy, I'd have shot him myself because he was that violently, and then we were interrupted again.
And you were interrupted again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the person who interrupted you at this time, was this a law enforcement officer?
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
Okay, it's just some bystander stranger who walks up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Officer Brandon Berry, second day back on the job, right? You have a cold. Did you allow this strange person to come up and start talking to Greg McMichael?
Did.
All right. So at any point in time, was Greg McMichael isolated from speaking with any of the other parties there?
No.
Was he told to sit on the curb and don't move?
No.
Was he put in the back of a patrol car?
No.
And so some strange guy just comes up to him and starts talking to him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you didn't stop him or tell him to go away?
I did not.
Okay. All right. And during this point in time when this unknown man comes up, did your sergeant also come up and interrupt?
Yes.
Okay. So you've got your sergeant coming up and interrupting, you've got unknown people coming up and interrupting, and you're trying to get a statement from this person?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the person who walked up, was this a man or a woman?
It was a male.
White, black, Asian, or Hispanic?
White male.
Did he ever identify himself?
No.
Did he appear to know Greg McMichael?
He appeared to.
Did Greg McMichael appear to know him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention now to page 26. All right. Bottom of page 26. And this, we're going to go through this. All right. So this is this unknown male speaker talking. And where are you when this is happening?
I believe I was taking down driver's license information.
Okay. So they're standing right there.
Yes, ma'am. They were right next to me.
All right. And this is captured on your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, line 22, when the male speaker comes up to Greg McMichael, what does this man say to Greg McMichael?
He said, I was concerned that it might have been the drunk guy that lives up there on the corner in that house on the right-hand side there.
Okay. And Greg McMichael says, yeah. What does the guy say next on line 1, page 27?
He's always on the road. He's always walking on the road.
And what does Greg McMichael say?
Oh, the one that kind of shuffles?
And the male speaker agreed with him?
Yes.
What did Greg McMichael say next?
Yeah, no, this ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. I mean, he was hooked up when he came around that street.
All right, so hold on. Greg McMichael says, this ain't no shuffler.
Yes, ma'am.
This guy's an asshole. Who's
Yes,
he
ma'am.
talking about?
I'm assuming Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay. And he says, I mean, he was hooked up when he came around the street. That's what he's telling this other man.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How far away were you from the dead body of Ahmaud Arbery when he called him an asshole?
20, 30 feet maybe. Maybe a little bit further than that.
And at this point in time, was Ahmaud Arbery surrounded by EMS and other people?
Yes, ma'am.
The male speaker then asks, was he walking? What does Greg McMichael say?
No, running flat out. Running flat out. I don't know where he was coming from down there.
So he's telling this stranger, I don't know where he was coming from.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the male speaker says, you never know what's going on. And then he asks him, are you okay? What does Greg McMichael say?
Thank you so much for that.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
Was he given some water at this point?
He was.
All right. And the male speaker says, can I get some more stuff? What does Greg McMichael say? Line 18.
I'm sorry.
When the male speaker at line 16 says, I can go get some more stuff, what does Greg McMichael respond?
I'm perfectly fine.
And then, does the male speaker inquire about his son? Is your
He does.
son okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What's Greg McMichael say?
He's upset as hell.
Does he repeat that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the male speaker says, I can imagine.
Mm.
The male speaker then asks him a question. What does the male speaker ask him at line 25?
So the guy have a gun.
And what does Greg McMichael say on the top of page 28?
No, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell if it's one on him or not, but he attacked my son.
All right. At this point in time, are you interrupted again?
Yes, ma'am.
And who does the interrupting this time?
The coroner.
The coroner shows up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the male speaker's then asking him, oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
Because he just said, he attacked my son. And what does Greg McMichael say?
He came at him.
And then what does Greg McMichael say?
He tried to get the damn shotgun away.
So at this point in time, a total stranger has walked up and he's telling him that this is his narrative. He attacked my son, tried to get the shotgun away.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At that point, did the male speaker ask him, well, where's your son live?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Greg McMichael say?
With me.
And then what did Greg McMichael tell him?
Right there. Yeah, you know my son, Travis, the redheaded kid.
Then what does he go on to refresh this man's recollection?
He was looking at your boat, was helping you with your boat.
All right. Now, did Greg McMichael indicate whether he had a cell phone on him or not?
He said he did not.
Do you have any idea how he got a cell phone to start making calls at the scene?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Did you see anybody walk up and give him his cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Now, generally, at this point in all of this, the coroner's there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you kind of pivot away from interviewing Mr. McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you a few questions. Did Greg McMichael ever indicate to you at that time that he thought Ahmaud Arbery, the guy, had committed a crime that day?
No, ma'am.
So he didn't say the guy committed the crime of this.
No, ma'am.
And when he said to you that numerous occasions the guy has broken into a house over there, they've got him on video, what house was Greg McMichael talking about?
A house down the road that was under construction.
Okay, so he's not talking about his home at 230 Satilla Drive.
No, ma'am.
All right. While speaking with you, did Greg McMichael ever use the word burglary?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use the word trespass?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you while you're talking to him that he was attempting to make a citizen's arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever even use the word arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever even use the word detain?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did he ever tell you that, oh, we were going to detain this guy and wait for the police to come and investigate?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you, oh, by the way, I saw Mr. Arbery throwing stuff out of his pockets as he ran?
No, ma'am.
All right, at this point, you've pivoted away. Do you spend some more time at the scene?
A little bit, yes.
All right. And what did you do then for the rest of the day? Did you stay at that scene or did you leave that scene?
No, ma'am. Once our investigative division arrived on scene, the scene was turned over to them. We went back in service on the way to headquarters so that I could start on the report.
All right. So what do you mean by back in service? What does that mean?
We were available for calls.
All right. And did you actually go to any other call after this particular incident?
No, ma'am.
You went back to headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where's headquarters?
It is 157 Public Safety, or it was Public Safety Boulevard.
All right. And how long does it take you to get there from Satilla Shores?
15 minutes.
And you went to the station and did you write a report in conjunction with what you had done that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it just a synopsis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you upload your body cam video into the system at Glenn County Police Department headquarters?
I did.
Did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you still on scene when Sheila Ramos showed up to start taking photos and everything, or had you left by that point in time?
I don't recall. I believe we were still there, but I don't recall 100%.
I may have one moment. Did you know the address of the house under construction?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he just said some house under construction?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And his address was the 230 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did he ever indicate exactly how far he was right then and there from his house?
I believe he did. I believe he pointed at a 2-story house and said he was the one right next to it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I will pass the witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I forgot. Well, at the scene with Officer Caitlin Roberts, were some photos taken of Travis McMichael right then and there?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you witness Officer Caitlin Roberts taking those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to coming into court today, have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 267 through 278?
Yes, ma'am.
267 through 278.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and were they fair and accurate pictures as far as what you recall Travis McMichael looking like at the scene at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 267 through 278.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Very good.
So, first off, I'm going to go ahead and approach my approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Okay. So first off, taking a look at that, is that really pixelated?
It is.
All right. So, and this is just the nature of the photos?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was Officer Roberts taking this with an actual camera or with something else?
I don't believe she was using a camera.
Okay, so her cell phone?
I think so.
All right. So it states 267. Is that what Travis McMichael looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
268?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Once again, are we looking at the wrist area of Travis McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
269? Wrist area and pants?
Yes, ma'am.
And 270?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we looking at the other arm here? That's 270. 271. So the same picture?
Yes, ma'am.
272. What do we have here?
A good bit of blood.
273. Also,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. We also see his face here, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
274. Is this the back of Travis McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that there?
That would be me.
275. What do we have here?
The back of his head.
276. Are we looking just sort of at the back of his jeans at this
Yes, ma'am.
point? 277. Looking at blood on his t-shirt.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 278, what are we looking at there?
His face with some blood spatter on it.
And it's spatter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, I will pass the witness. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Hook.
Good morning, Officer Barry.
How you doing today, sir? Good morning.
Turn this so all my jurors can see me. That's not all you, okay? All right. Let's get some further context on your testimony, and I want to start with beliefs that Greg McMichael told you he had concerning Mr. Arbery
Okay.
in the neighborhood, okay?
Yes, sir.
So the state read the part, or had you read the part, where they thought he was coming from some house under construction down the street,
Yes, sir.
right? You have your transcript up there of your
I do.
body cam? Let's go to page 6, line 6. And while you're getting there, Mr. McMichael actually went through the story with you 2 or 3 times.
Several times, yes, sir.
Right, and we were looking at one of those times when he went through it just now with the state on direct, right?
Yes, sir.
But he had already told it to you once before, and he even told it to you
He-
another time.
Again, yes, sir. He told me several times.
And in part, that was because of the interruptions that were occurring, and you had to stop and start.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The other part of that was for clarification purposes.
right, and that's a police technique, have somebody tell the story a couple times, see if it stays the same.
Yes, sir.
His stayed the same.
Objection. That's for the jury to determine. Relevance.
That's sustained. Just go ahead and ask a different question.
I'm sorry, was the objection sustained?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My microphone's not. It was sustained.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're at page 6, line 6. This is the first round through the story, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And you're talking to him, and he's describing to you who this guy is, who he thinks he is. And you with me at line 6, he says, this is Greg McMichael talking to you, right out here, and I imagine on the body cam he's pointing, as he says here, pointing down the street.
Objection, is there a question? Compound question?
That's fine. You're zeroing in on the question. All right, go ahead.
I'm breaking it down. So when he says right out here, without turning on the whole video and all, when a person says right out here, he's pointing at some place.
I'd have to watch the video. I don't recall.
Well, let's go on. He says, this guy whom we've seen on video numerous times breaking into these other houses, he comes hauling ass down the street. I mean, he's got it hooked up. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir. That's accurate.
And again, when he said breaking into these other houses, later on in your synopsis, as it was characterized, your report, you wrote in it that Mr. McMichael reported to you that he believed this guy had been breaking into houses in the neighborhood, right?
Prior, yes.
If you'll go to page 26, line 10. And we're just going to do two more of these that weren't brought out just now. Is this at line 10, Mr. McMichael talking to you, but there's another person that has now come up, another police officer named Sergeant Leska.
Yes, sir.
And you know who Sergeant Leska
Yes, sir.
is, right? And so you're standing there, it's being recorded, but you're involved, I guess, in the conversation, even though he's now talking to Sergeant Leska.
I would have to watch the video, but I believe so.
All right, well, looking at your transcript at line 10, Mr. McMichael says to you and Sergeant Leska, he's the one breaking in all these houses out here. He said that to you too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go to page 30, and we'll go to line 18. Now, another person's walked up. This is Christy Rozier, right?
Yes, sir.
And Christy Rozier is the coroner of Glenn County.
One of, yes, sir.
So Christy Rozier is standing there, and you're still involved in the conversation and talking with Christy Rozier and Greg McMichael, and I'm at line 18. Well, let's go to 16. Well, he makes frequent trips to the neighborhood and gets caught on video cameras like every third or fourth night, breaking into places, and nobody's been able to catch him. That's what he said to you?
That's what he injected into our conversation, yes.
With the conversation with you
Me
and
and Ms.
Christy
Rozier.
Rozier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so earlier when you read that no one has ever been able to catch him, you understood in the context of the conversation that we're not just talking about police, but also neighbors and Mr. McMichael.
At the time, I was unfamiliar with any kind of crime in Still Shores.
You
That's
didn't
not
have any background on that?
No, sir. That's not my typical zone. That's not where I usually patrol. I'm not very familiar with the area.
Okay. All right, let's go back to page 13, line 7. We'll do a different topic now. This is where Mr. McMichael, you saw that he had blood on his hand, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understood, you learned that he got that blood on his hand because Mr. Arbery had fallen face down on the street and he had reached under his torso and pulled his arm out to see if he had a gun in his hand.
He said he grabbed his arm and pulled his arm out. Yes, sir.
For the purpose of
For the
seeing
purpose of checking to see if he had a firearm. Yes, sir.
if he had a
Or a
firearm.
weapon, I believe he said.
A weapon. All right. And he told you he did that because he had believed that this guy may have been armed.
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
And he told you that the reason he ran in his house and got his .357 before he pursued this man is because he doesn't take chances. If he thinks somebody's armed, he's going to be armed.
He said he doesn't take chances.
And you understood in the context of the conversation that he's saying, I'm getting my gun because I'm not going to take a chance that he's armed.
What he understands in the context of the conversation, this is about what Greg McMichael said to him. It's for the jury to determine.
I'm just establishing the context for the part of what this interview was and how it was meant, what he understood it to mean.
I think you asked in terms of what he understood Greg McMichael to mean. That's sustained then as a speculation on the witness's part.
Well, at any rate, the part you read is, in the context of it, he's telling you why he went in his house and got his gun.
He told me he went into his house to get his gun.
All right. Now, let's go to page 24 of your transcript. And the roads get a little confusing here. Did you know Satilla Shores neighborhood intimately back then? You knew all the streets?
No, sir.
No. So when people are describing the roads and the streets, was it a bit confusing to you at times?
At the beginning it was. I figured out that that the roads make a loop and everything kind of comes back that way.
Yeah, well, I'll hold up the map for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this out for you, Frank, if you need it.
Well, I'll just hold it for now. Thank you, Jake, I appreciate it. There's a map of the neighborhood, does that look familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you said it makes a loop, you know that up here above this map would be Highway 17, and there's Satilla Drive and Zellwood, the only two roads into the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
And then the neighborhood just makes a big loop.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the roads at issue in the case that you're talking to Mr. McMichael about are Burford, Satilla Drive, Burford, and then Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Right? And when he was talking, even though he lives here on Satilla Drive, didn't even know the name of Holmes
Yes, sir.
himself, did he?
Correct.
First. And it was Sergeant Roberts who injected Holmes into the...
I believe it was Officer Robertson.
Okay. So,
Could you let the other come?
yes. You got it? Okay, thank you. So we're at page 24 then, and you were asked to read to the jury line 2, starting at line 2. And this is where Mr. McMichael's telling you, are you with me?
Yes,
On the
sir.
transcript? I jump in the back of the truck because I don't want to sit in that damn kid seat again, so I jump in the back of the truck. And even though he didn't say what road that was, you understood and testified a few minutes ago that you understood that to be Burford Road.
I believe he said that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then going down on that same page, you were asked to read that they were running down the dam road. I'm at line 7.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, I'm hollering, stop, stop, stop. We want to talk to you. And you understood that this portion is at Holmes Road or Burford Road?
My understanding was that occurred on Burford.
All right. The next paragraph beginning at line 10, and we get up next to him, and I said, stop, goddammit. You see that part?
Yes, sir.
Now, you think that's also on Burford?
That's my understanding of it. Yes, sir. There was never any mention of Zellwood, and earlier on, he told me that he turned around on Burford and stopped and began running back towards Holmes.
Well, here's what I want you to do, Officer Brandenberry. You can't read this part out loud under the rules, but if you would read to yourself the full paragraph that begins at line 10 and ends at line 17. Just take a moment and read that.
Mm-hmm.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
So the line that you were asked to read, we get up next to him and I said, stop, goddammit, and then you had to stop there. When you read that in context, it appears to you, does it not, that he's talking about the final encounter in the final seconds that's on video there at Holmes Road, almost to the intersection of Satilla Drive. Based on what he's describing
Yes,
has
sir.
happened in the rest of that paragraph,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, so the words "stop, goddammit," he says he uttered or spoke to Mr. Arbery while he's in the back of the pickup truck on Holmes Road near Satilla at the end of this encounter, right?
Somewhere on Holmes Road, yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay. And when he says that's what he said, have you had a chance to review the case beyond your own body cam and your own transcript, for
No, sir,
example?
that's had nothing to do with me. I haven't had any part of any further investigation. Once I left the scene, I was done with it.
Right, I understand that part. My question, though, is in working the case, preparing for trial, coming here today, you have not looked at the video,
No, sir.
what we're all calling the video. You haven't looked at that?
I saw it when it first came out. Other than that, I have not seen it. I can't testify to any of that, so that's got nothing to do with me.
Gotcha. Just trying to get what does have to do with you in its
Okay.
proper context here. So when you watched that video, you saw Mr. McMichael, Greg McMichael, standing in the back of the pickup truck
Yes, sir.
with a phone to his ear.
I don't recall.
You don't recall
No,
that?
sir. I haven't seen that video. It's been, what, 20-something months?
And you didn't listen to the 911 call that he was engaged in at the
No, sir.
time? Last question. You would agree with me that if this quote we're talking about right here that he said to you is what he thinks he said to Ahmaud Arbery in the final seconds of their encounter, and he's saying it while he's on an open 911 call that's recording it, that the best...
Form of question, speculation.
Yeah, but-
I'm not asking him to speculate anything.
You're
I haven't
giving
even finished the question.
Well, but sounds like a long hypothetical to a lay witness.
It's not a hypothetical, Your Honor. It's actual fact. I'm asking, if I can finish the question, it would be very clear, and I think he'll be able to answer it.
Let's finish the question, but
Okay.
before you answer, let's go ahead and address what it is.
So Mr. McMichael's on the scene moments after all of this has happened, being recorded on your body cam, telling you what he thinks he said, the actual words he said to Ahmaud Arbery, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what he's doing here.
Yes, sir.
And so my question to you is, a recording of what he actually said would be more reliable than even his own words to you. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection. That's for the province of the jury to determine the reliability of anybody's statement. They're the ones who judge the credibility.
Yeah, sustained on that.
Okay, well, we'll get to that part then. Thank you, Officer Brandenberry. Oh, just 1 second. That's my co-counsel, Laura Hogue. We represent Greg McMichael. And so my question, now my last question is, if Greg McMichael had said anything to you that day that is in any way materially different from what he told you the first, the second, and the third time you all went through the story, you would have noted that in your report, wouldn't you?
I believe so. Again, that's more for our investigators to look through my body camera and then have further questioning.
But you wrote a report.
Yes, sir, I did.
It's about a page and a little more long.
Yes, sir.
You've seen it.
Yes, sir.
You've reviewed it.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't note in it any place where Greg McMichael's 3 times through the story differed in any way, did you?
I'd have to look at my report.
All right, I'll let you look at it.
I've got a copy.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good deal. Take a look at it. About a page long. Read the whole thing if you need to.
To answer your question, no, sir, I did not.
No, sir, you did not
I
what?
did not notate that he had any change in his story.
And if he had, you would have notated that, correct?
I should have, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Warrant Officer. I'm Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis
Okay.
McMichael. We haven't talked yet, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. There's a part that you were just asked about by Mr. Hoag, previously by the state, about those statements, "Stop, goddammit." And you were just kind of going through that a moment ago.
Right.
One thing that you haven't noted yet, and you haven't been asked to help clarify that issue, is the following. You understand that at some point, you're here on Burford, and there's an interaction that takes place here on Burford.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where Greg says he gets out of the truck, gets down and climbs in the back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But in your report there, or in the transcript that you've got, Greg actually says to you that they haul ass around. You recall that?
Yes, sir. I believe in context, they said that he turned back towards Holmes and they came around to head him off.
Yeah, so you were told that day that they actually hauled ass around and came out this way.
Yes, sir.
And that kind of clears up the Burford and the Holmes issue. Because Greg was telling you, we hauled ass around and came out this way.
Right, after the interaction on Burford, yes, sir.
Right, and then that helps the jury understand that then that last interaction of yelling, "Stop, goddammit," that happens on Holmes.
That is my understanding.
Okay, very good. Now, you also had a conversation with Officer Minshew that day. Do you recall speaking with him a little bit toward the end of the day?
I don't recall.
You don't recall speaking with him? Okay. You pull your video up here on this yet? Or I can use mine. Yeah, it's 189.
Okay, so
Oh, I see.
C, no, you gotta go to the folder, CR, see the folder on the flat screen?
Yep.
Yeah, on the folder, there you go.
All right, so do you recognize this as the start of your body cam video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're walking up here over into the side grass. Is that Officer Caitlin Roberts walking in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you and Officer Roberts have a conversation that because you were back with the department, that you were gonna kind of get involved in this case a little bit and work the case a little bit?
Yes, sir. But in fact, she told me that it was going to be my case, the whole initial report and everything. Yes, sir.
The whole thing was gonna be your case?
Yes, sir.
Beyond what you did?
No, sir. Like, I was going to do the initial report, and then the other people who were on scene would do supplementals.
I see. That you were gonna be the lead officer
Yes,
on the
sir.
case? Okay, did that pan out? That you
Yes,
were
sir.
the lead officer on the case?
More or less, for the
Okay.
initial, yes, sir.
For the initial report, all right, very good. And your sound's not on yet, correct?
Correct.
Then that officer that you're passing right there, that's Officer Minshew.
On the left, yes, sir.
On the left, and he's finishing up, tying up the crime scene. tape,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. at this point, you had already been told that Travis McMichael was over here, or you don't know who this gentleman
I
is
have no
at this
idea who
point?
that gentleman is.
Okay. And you're just sort of following Officer Roberts at this point?
Yes, sir, we're both walking onto the scene.
Do you know that she's been told something about this gentleman?
I have no idea.
No idea, okay.
I know, just breathe, okay?
And she's sort of responding to him saying, I know, just breathe, kind of just calm down.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Yeah.
All right.
Okay, one moment.
Let me get some stuff for you to clean up with, all right, sir? Okay.
You want to wait for
We gotta take some pictures of you first.
Do whatever you gotta
Yes,
do.
we gotta take some photos and then we'll get stuff for you to clean up, all right?
All right.
Okay, so at this point, she's telling him, we need to take some pictures of you, we need to kind of process some things, and his response is, just do whatever you have to do. So it's, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's fair to say he's, from your experience with him, which may be very limited, he's being cooperative.
Yes, I
Right.
mean, yes, sir.
Yeah, he's not trying to leave the scene to your knowledge or to tamper
Not-
with any kind of evidence to your knowledge.
Not in the 10 seconds I spent with him right
Not
there,
the
no,
and
sir.
then at that point, you move off and you go do something else.
Correct.
Okay. All right, if you want to look at your transcript on page 39, and maybe even before that on page 38, maybe, does this refresh your memory about having a conversation with Officer Minshew? You can look at the bottom of 38 and kind of go into the top of 39.
Okay.
So the goal of having you read that was just to see if it refreshed your memory that you had a conversation with Officer Minshew.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay, so as the officer who's going to come on the scene and write the initial report, you are keen to try to get an understanding of what in the world has happened.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay, and that includes, who are these two gentlemen that we're seeing here on the side of the road? Who is the individual lying in the road?
Yes, sir.
Correct? And so you're beginning to start to piece some things together so that as you write your report, you can be as detailed as you can be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And be accurate as you can be.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So one of the things that you were discussing with Officer Minshew was that he was essentially the first officer to arrive on the scene,
Yes, sir.
and how close he was to the scene when the shooting took place.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? And so part of he was explaining to you, you can sort of see it as you're reading it, but he's kind of explaining to you where
I object at this point in time. Asked and answered, and Minshew's already been asked about this topic. Inappropriate to ask this witness about this topic.
It's not, it's additional evidence that is corroborative of the prior testimony to the state. The state has challenged that testimony, I'm seeking to corroborate it.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
So he was standing there at that time, kind of explaining to you where he was when he heard the shots, right?
Right.
Talking about just being just on the other side of some bushes, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, boom, he comes around that bush and now he sees the whole scene laid out right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also speaking with you about the information that he had gathered a little bit about Mr. Arbery and his involvement in the neighborhood,
Okay,
right?
sure, yes, sir.
Okay. And how the McMichaels or how these gentlemen were involved with the issue dealing with Mr. Arbery in the neighborhood, being in the neighborhood several times, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's, I mean, I was told that by Mr. McMichaels as well.
That's right. And this is just all part of your data gathering, right? Okay, very good. One moment, please. I don't have anything further. Thank you. There may be one more turn.
No questions, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect and stay?
Yes, Judge. All right, so first off, let's talk about your report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so your field training officer on your second day back at work while you have a head cold tells you you're going to be the lead on this case.
Yes, sir. Or, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and has you write up a report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how many pages is it?
Page and some change, maybe?
Okay, so this is a homicide case. Got 3 people involved. Got a bunch of officers on the scene, and your report's a page and a little paragraph.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is this really just a summary, kind of what Greg McMichael told you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the transcript that you have right there states Exhibit 189A, 47 pages?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you weren't the only one with body cam, right?
No, ma'am.
All right, did you review anybody else's body cam?
I don't recall reviewing anybody else's body cam. No, ma'am.
Did you interview the CID detectives?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So this really was just a report kind of about what you did with regard to Greg McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you are interviewing Greg McMichael right here, and you see this, when Travis is right there, at this point in time, did you know that Greg McMichael had already gone up to Travis and told him, you had no choice, you had no choice?
I still, to this day, didn't know that. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much Greg McMichael told his son at this point in time when you go to talk to him?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you know who else Greg McMichael has gone up and talked to at the point he's about to be interviewed by you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So at the point he's being interviewed by you, did he mention he'd spoken with Diego Perez already?
No, ma'am.
Did he mention he'd already talked to William Rodney Bryan already?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So he didn't bother to tell you who he had spoken to at the scene about this before you ever interviewed him?
No, ma'am.
And at the point you're interviewing him, his son has shot and killed somebody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that body's laying 20 to 30 feet away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And he's animated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think with regard to the Zellwood situation, he said what exactly did he say about how they got over to Holmes?
He said that he saw him running down Satilla Drive and continue straight onto Burford. They followed him onto Burford. He turned around and ran back towards Holmes, and they continued around and met him on Holmes.
Okay. I think you said that their words were, they went to head him off.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so defense counsel came up and asked you about page 6. Okay, so I'm going to take you back to page 6. lines 6 through 8. All right, do you remember Mr. Hogue asking you about this? This
ma'am.
guy who we've seen on video numerous times breaking into these other houses, he comes hauling ass down the street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, when he first starts talking to you, this is page 6, he's on video numerous times breaking into these other houses. Did Gregory Michael tell you which houses?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you which houses to go to?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you if he had any hard evidence that Mr. Arbery was the one breaking into other houses?
No, ma'am. He said there was a video at one point, but at this point, I don't believe.
Exactly. Let's go ahead and move forward to page 17.
Sorry, you said 17?
I did say page 17. So now I'm going to direct your attention specifically to line 14. On numerous occasions, the guy has broken into a house over here, and they've got him on video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So now we've gone from numerous houses, he's on lots of videos, to numerous occasions, the guy has broken into a house over here. It just says a house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's on 17. And then we go to page 18. And now they got him on video going into this house 2 or 3 times. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we've gone from breaking into all these houses to the one house, and now it's, anyway, they got him on video going into this house 2 or 3 times. So we're down now to 2 or 3 times. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Now, he does go on page 26 to say he's the one breaking into all these houses out here. Is that right? Page 26.
What line?
10 and 11.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do he ever tell you which houses?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you where he got this information from?
No, ma'am. Did
Did he tell you the victims of any of these break-ins?
One guy was a banker, was as far as we got into it.
Okay. Now, the banker, was this the banker from Alma?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is he the one with the construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he says the guy from the construction site is the banker from Alma.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, I want to take you to page 30. I want to get real specific about page 30 for a second. Okay. So, we were talking about our interruptions and everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Christy Rozier, who's she?
She is the county coroner, one of the county coroners.
And she had shown up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, who's Christy Rozier trying to talk to?
She's trying to talk to me.
She's trying to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is she trying to talk to other law enforcement officers?
No, ma'am.
Just you.
Not that I recall. Yes, ma'am. Only me.
Okay. And I think you said that Greg Michael inserted himself in the conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Was she trying to talk to Greg Michael?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so he came up and starts trying to tell her what went on.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he starts telling her on page 30, well, he makes frequent trips to the neighborhood, gets caught on video camera like every 3rd or 4th night, breaking into places. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you, as the first responding officer, did you ever find out any of this video footage where he's breaking in every 3rd or 4th night?
Me personally, I have not seen anything. No, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you right here. And we're looking at 2158. Is this you trying to take down that information while he's talking to that unknown person who walks up?
It appears so. Yes, ma'am.
Now, who's that?
This is Ms. Rozier
All right. And who's she trying to talk to?
talking to me.
All right. And is at this point, who comes up and starts inserting himself into this conversation?
Mr. McMichael, Mr. Greg McMichael.
And these people who are standing around,
Yes, ma'am.
who are they?
Those are Fire and EMS, Clinton County Fire and EMS.
At that point, did anybody tell Mr. McMichael to back off, step away? This is,
Not
The
that I
coroners?
recall. No, ma'am.
okay. So nobody's telling him, this is none of your business, we need to do our business now, you need to go away.
Not that I recall. No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't have a good answer for you.
All right, and specifically, I'm going to take you to page 24. We've been talking about this.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, at this point, Greg McMichael's telling you, I jump in the back of the truck because I don't want to sit in the damn kid seat again, so I jump in the back of the truck, and he's running down that damn road, and that's Burford.
Yes, ma'am. My understanding.
Okay. And that's when he's hollering, stop, stop, we want to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he immediately says, and we get up next to him, and I said, stop, God damn it, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what the defense counsel asked you about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Between those two sentences, did he ever say, we went up around Zellwood, we came down Holmes Drive, we passed Mr. Arbery, and then we stopped right here?
No, ma'am.
Okay? He actually says that he gets up next to him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? If you get up next to somebody, does that imply that you're driving your car?
To me, it would.
Okay, so the impression he left you with is, we get up next to him in the car.
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it doesn't say, Mr. Arbery got up next to our car, does it?
It does not.
Okay, so you have no idea how many times he yelled, stop, goddammit, at Mr. Arbery.
I do not.
And I just want to be really, really clear on page 21 at the bottom. All right. Well, Mr. McMichael says, I haul ass back into the house. I haul ass into my bedroom to get my .357 Magnum. I don't take any chances. It's because he doesn't know if this guy is armed.
That was my understanding.
Okay. So he knowingly went after someone he believed was armed with his own gun.
That was my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness back.
Let's do this back in order. Anything, Mr. Hogue?
Just a couple questions. There's two areas, Officer Brandberry, that have just been brought back up on redirect. When the state was just now asking you about all these things, whether Greg McMichael volunteered them to you, like which houses, who lives in them, how did you learn about these break-ins, right? And you said, no, he didn't volunteer those details to you, right?
He did not volunteer who lived in them or how he got the information. No, sir.
And you didn't ask him those questions either, did
No,
you?
sir. Those kind of follow-up questions are for our investigative division.
All right, that's not your job.
That's not what I said.
That's not what you were there to do.
I was there to get an initial statement and then turn the scene over to our investigative division.
Okay. Who would do the questioning about which houses and who lives in them?
Yes, sir. Their job is to get more detailed information.
Sure. Okay, then go back to page 24. Thought we had cleared up, but let's go back to it. at line 10. First, up above, we agreed that the jumping in the back of the truck because he doesn't want to sit in the car seat happened on Burford,
Yes, sir,
right?
that was my understanding.
And then the last statement, he said to Mr. Arbery, "Stop, goddammit. I had you read silently the rest of that paragraph that's in, right?"
Yes, sir.
And we agreed, did we not, that at that point it appears he's describing to you what he said to Mr. Arbery.
He never said where it took place.
Right, but you agreed with me, we're talking about Holmes Road,
It could have been on Holmes. It may not have been. He didn't clarify.
okay?
At the time, I didn't ask.
So earlier though, when we agreed that based on the context of this whole statement, that you can't read to the jury, but you read to yourself, you agreed with me, he's talking about Holmes Road.
It could have happened on Holmes Road. It may have happened on Burford. He doesn't say. I can't attest to either one.
All right.
He never clarified.
So when we agreed earlier, you're now backing off that?
Sustained.
So we don't agree now that this is on Holmes Road. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I was never clarified as to where it happened. It may have happened on Holmes Road. It could have happened on Burford. I don't know.
You don't know?
No, sir.
All right, thanks.
That's all I have. Nothing further, thank you. Nothing.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
As with other witness, you're released today, but you remain subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess and then continue with the presentation of evidence in this case. Thank you.
So rise for the jury.
All right, anything from the state before recess? Travis Michael?
Your Honor, I just want to put on the record, we joined Mr. Hoag's earlier motion about the sheriff talking to the jury. Just for the record, Travis McMichael joins that motion. He said it, we never said anything at the time.
All right, anything from Greg McMichael?
Nothing now.
From Mr. Bryan?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, 15 minutes, 5 past the hour. So you're getting this.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Looks like we might need another minute or two.
All right, we're back on. All the defendants present, represented by counsel. I do want to make a clarification because the way, Mr. Rubin, you joined that last motion made me think that maybe I was misunderstood. The sheriff isn't going and talking to the jury. What I've asked the bailiff to ensure is that the jury understands that if there are any issues with the court's instructions, that they send a note so that I can go ahead and see what the issue is and then bring it to counsel's attention. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that, because that the way it was couched was as if I was having the sheriff go and affirmatively go and speak with the panel. That's just not what I'm talking about. It's the bailiff ensuring that they understand the court's instructions as we go through the trial, just so that if there is an issue, it's brought to my attention.
I understand, Your Honor. If I misspoke, I apologize.
There's a issue, a finer issue there with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we're waiting on Ms. Bird. If she's not here in a minute or two, I'll go check on her.
Your Honor, here's the issue, if I can say this. It's based on a case that we had several years ago, Lindsay versus the state, where the court asked the jury bailiff to answer a question that the jury had. So, and I understand that's an extension, and that was a reversed case. So what we wanted to do is to follow the law as we saw as an extension of that, and to make sure that, and while we have no there's not going to be any ill will, I don't want anything attributed to the sheriff's department or the bailiffs, but in our mind there is a difference between the court asking the jurors, has there been any inadvertent or intentional contact, whatever, on your part, or your son just forwarded you a article and you thought, oh my goodness, I thought it was pictures of the grandkids. So that's why we believed it would be sounder for the court to do it. We understand the ruling, but I wanted to make sure you understood why we see the distinction between the two.
No, that's fine. And just to be clear, if it is, anything is brought to the bailiff's attention, it will come to me. Now, whether that, and I'll be clear about it, the way I've always functioned is anything comes to the bailiff is generally written down and I know what it is and we can mark it and discuss it. But that, as far as I'm concerned, anything that comes to the bailiff is brought to the court's attention, and if it's something we need to go ahead and discuss, we'll go ahead and discuss that. I'm just telling you that I want to make sure that the jury knows and understands that anything that needs to be brought to the court's attention with respect to the court's instructions is going to be done so. And we've spent a lot of time talking about it. I just, based on Mr. Rubin joining the motion, was concerned there had been a misunderstanding about what the court was doing. And that's all. I understand the extension, and that's fine. We're on the record on it.
Would you put on the record for us what the court's instructions to the bailiff to say to the jury is?
I have no idea. Basically, let the jury know that if there are any issues having to do with the court's instructions, to let her know so that I can address them as quickly as I can with counsel. I mean, maybe that last part of it is my reading into it, but that's effectively it.
And the bailiff's instructions from the court is to ask that of the jury each morning?
I haven't done it each morning, no, but to make sure that they were aware of it, particularly this morning, because this morning it was on my mind. But again, the court's given them instructions. They are adults. They understand they're under the umbrella of the court, and they are being instructed at least twice a day that there are specific instructions with contact. I have great faith in the ability of the individuals that are tasked with listening to this case with their ability to comply with the court's instructions. Most people, once they hear from a Superior Court judge about particular things, are usually going to comply, particularly when you see that judge every day. So if I feel like I need to repeat it, maybe I'll just let you all know that I've repeated it, but those were the instructions. All right, anything from the state before we continue?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, stay ready with this next witness.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, let's go get the panel.
All right, for the jury, please. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I understand we are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
At this time, the state will call Detective Parker Marcy.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, have a seat.
All right, Detective, please state your, oh, you can take your mask off. All right, please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Parker Marcy. M-A-R-C-Y is my last.
All right, and Detective, how are you currently employed?
I'm an investigator at the Glenn County Police Department.
All right, and how long have you been in law enforcement total?
10 years.
So tell us, have you always been with Glenn County?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting back 10 years ago, did you go to the academy, did you go to post, how'd you get trained?
I'm a post-certified officer. I went to Garden City, just north of Savannah, where Gypstick has a regional academy that I attended Band-Aid at.
All right, and that was 10 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when you first started, what were your job duties and responsibilities with the Glenn County Police Department?
When I first started, I was a basic patrol officer, responding and answering calls for service and patrolling as well.
All right, and when did you become a detective?
In 2015.
All right, so now, how does it work at the Glenn County Police Department as far as detectives go? Is there specialties or you do everything? Tell the jury about that.
As far as case assignments, we pretty much work everything. We don't have specific, crimes against persons, crimes against property divisions. We do have some specialties for training that may cost a bit of money to get into versus just being assigned a different case. I do video work as well as cell phone forensics.
Right. So when you say video work, are you kind of like the person who will go to the gas station and pull down the video of the armed robbery kind of thing?
Yes, ma'am. And then we have some software to try and clean up some images as well as we can put video together.
All right. And then when you say you do cell phone stuff,
Yes, ma'am.
tell the jury what you mean by that.
We use primarily Cellbrite. It's a cell phone and overall now digital forensics company, and we can use their software and hardware to extract data from a multitude of devices, most of them being cell phones.
Right. And you've had training in both those things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell the jury what the duties and responsibilities usually of a detective are. What do you generally do? Like, are you in a patrol car? Do you call 911 calls? What happens?
Typically, we work a standard schedule, Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. With the exception of some call days, we come in a little bit later and stay later in case something comes out in the evening. Rotating call days, so if an incident happens during the evening or the weekend that requires an investigator to come out that's not on duty, that on-call investigator will come out. Other than that, we work cases that we either respond to, or called out to, and until their conclusion, or we're assigned cases to work until their conclusion.
All right. So is it more the case that you're assigned a case once a 911 call has come in and a patrol officer has responded?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you're dressed in a suit today. Is that what you normally wear as a detective with the Glenn County Police Department?
No, ma'am.
What do you usually wear as a detective?
Currently, we have black polo shirts with our badge of office on our left chest and CID on our sleeves with green 511 pants. That's a new uniform. We previously wore with the same patch and emblem, green polo shirt with tan 511 pants.
Based on that uniform, is it easy to identify you as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you normally wear a body cam with that uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
So prior to February 23rd of 2020, had you ever worked a homicide case before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Had you worked that as the lead or as an assist?
I've assisted in several, and I've been the lead on 3 cases.
How many other detectives are there in Glenn County that work homicides? I mean, normally on your shift, or
All 7 of us.
7 of you. Okay, so there's 7 detectives to handle all the detective work in Glenn County.
For Glenn County PD. I'm not sure how many investigators the city of Brunswick currently has. That's our criminal investigative division, and we're a little shorthanded right now, so that's why it's that number.
Gotcha. All right, so I'm going to direct your attention specifically to the neighborhood of Satilla Shores. Are you familiar with Satilla Shores here in Glenn County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and it's in Glenn County.
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to February 2020, had you ever worked the Satilla Shores neighborhood as a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. But what years were those that you worked as a patrol officer in Satilla Shores?
Best recollection, 2013 to 15, and then some time, I believe in 2018, 19. Normally we ride the same zone, and that's all every exit 29 area, all that's considered one zone, but we'll move around on occasion.
So Baker 9.
Yes, ma'am, Baker 9.
All right. So prior to February of 2020, did you know William, who goes by Roddy, Bryan?
No, ma'am.
And prior to February of 2020, did you know Travis McMichael, seated right over there?
No, ma'am.
All right. And prior to February of 2020, did you know Greg McMichael?
I knew of Mr. McMichael from his employment at the district attorney's office here.
Had you ever worked a case with him?
Not that I recall. The only time I recall interactions is passing him one time in the district attorney's office upstairs. I don't recall if we had any interactions if he ever came to our headquarters.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention specifically to Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, approximately 1:15 in the afternoon. Were you working that day?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
All right, so where were you?
I was at home.
All right, so what's your normal shift, I think, as a detective? Would you have been, it's a Sunday, so you're off.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're at home. What happens?
Whenever a major incident happens, our dispatch center will push out administrative pages. It's just a glorified text message, very basic information about something that's happened. I received one of those pages and called Sergeant Oliver on duty and asked if she could use a hand.
And did she take you up on it?
Not initially.
Okay.
No.
Eventually?
Yeah, eventually she agreed to let me come in and help out.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene at Holmes and Satilla?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
I went straight to our headquarters.
And what were you wearing that day?
The green polo and tan 511 pants that I mentioned.
Right. So when you got to the Glenn County Police Department headquarters, what was the first task that you kind of handled at that time?
Mr. Travis McMichael arrived with an officer. He was still in the clothes that he was wearing that day and covered with blood, and had a request to get changed and cleaned up. I called down to the case agent, Investigator Lowry, and Sergeant Oliver was with him as well, and asked what's the status on that, if that's okay. They were good with him getting cleaned up, and so we took photographs of him as he was, and then collected the clothing he was wearing and allowed him to change.
Okay, so Travis McMichael came to headquarters. How'd he get there?
Officer Lewis brought him up in his patrol car.
Okay. And where was Greg McMichael at this time?
As far as I didn't know at that time. He later showed up in our lobby.
Okay. And when he showed up in the lobby, how was he dressed?
He had on a light blue fishing polo, blue jeans, and sandals.
All right. And at the time Travis McMichael showed up, did Mr. Bryan show up at that time as well?
I don't recall when he showed up.
All right. So Travis McMichael, did you want to take some photos at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were photos actually taken?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Prior to coming in today, did you have the opportunity to review States Exhibit 237 through 265?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they fair and accurate pictures of Travis McMichael as he was as he came in, and then later cleaned up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, the state would tender into evidence States 237 through 265.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
So States 237. What's the state? What are we looking at here?
This is a bathroom just outside of the interview rooms, and this is Mr. Travis McMichael as he showed up.
Okay. And so we have, for instance, States 238. Were these a series of photos to capture his head to foot condition from the crime scene as he was transported then to Glenn County headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So 238 is his left arm,
Yes, ma'am.
239 his right arm.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What are we looking at? 240,
Boots and blue jeans from his knees,
241,
waistline with his hands,
242,
chest,
243,
back of his head and shoulders.
244,
Same.
245,
More of his torso and his upper back.
246. What's the jury looking at here?
This is his right arm. from the side.
247,
A little more turned to the front with his right arm and an abdomen.
248,
His hands and forearms.
249,
More specific on his hands.
250,
His left hand and wrist.
251,
Right hand and wrist.
252,
The underside of his left hand and forearm.
253.
Same for his right hand and forearm.
All right, so at any point in time, did he ask for medical attention for any injury or broken skin?
He asked for alcohol swab. That was it.
An alcohol swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But like, he didn't need stitches?
No, ma'am.
Didn't have any lumps or contusions or broken skin?
Object to the leading questions, Your Honor.
It's sustained as leading. Let's just ask him if he just.
Did he have any major injuries that needed medical attention?
No, ma'am.
So then looking at 254, what's the jury looking at here?
This is the right side of Travis McMichael after being cleaned up and changed. Right side of his head.
255.
The back of his head.
And do you have any idea if that is still an abrasion or if that's leftover blood that just didn't come off?
I don't know, ma'am.
What are we looking at with 256?
The left side of his head.
What's the jury looking at in 257?
His face with the scale.
Does he have any bruises?
He's got a little reddening of the cheeks. Past that, none that I recall are standing out to me here now.
258? What's the jury looking at there?
Left side of his head with the scale.
260, what's the jury looking at there?
Right side of his head with the scale.
261, what's the jury looking at here?
His forearms.
And when we look here at 262, do you have any idea if that's an abrasion or if that's just blood that didn't come off?
I believe it was actually an abrasion.
Do you want me to bring it to you?
No, I can say, I believe it was an abrasion. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 263, what are we looking at there?
That's his right forearm. I believe we took a picture of that with a discoloration. I don't remember if we actually noted a cut on that.
And 264,
That's his left forearm, flipped over showing the bottom of his forearm.
all right, at this point in time, after taking these pictures, you said you encountered Greg McMichael in the lobby, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what happened next?
Brought him back to our interview rooms and conducted an interview with him.
What time did you start your interview with Greg McMichael?
It's about 3:17 in the afternoon.
And was this interview captured on video?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reviewed that video interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything deleted out of it? Anything added to it?
No, ma'am.
All right. And have you reviewed the transcript of that interview with Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that transcript a fair and accurate reproduction of the interview you conducted with Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, the state will tender into evidence states 225, the video of your interview with Greg McMichael at 3:17 p.m. on February 23rd, 2020, and States Exhibit 225A, the transcript, once again, into the record. And it won't go out with the jury because the jury will not be able to play it in the back.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
So Detective, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225A. You gotta watch the microphone. There you go, sir. All right, so what we're going to do right now, Detective Marcy, is we're going to go through what Greg McMichael said about what Greg McMichael did on February 23rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what I'm going to do first off is I'm going to generally direct you to page 4. And I'm going to talk to you here about whether he had known Mr. Bryan previously.
Yes, ma'am. He said he did. He said that he's known Roddy Bryan for years, that he's a mechanic who works at Southern Hardware now. He does a small gas engine repair and lives in the neighborhood, but he wasn't exactly sure where he lives in the neighborhood.
All right. And where did Greg McMichael tell you he lived?
At 230 Satilla Drive.
So I'm going to direct your attention now to page 6. All right, now with regard to page 6, into, I think, page 7, I'm going to go ahead and have you specifically give a quote so that the jury has this verbatim, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So first off, let's take a look at page 6, lines 17 through 20. What did Greg McMichael say had happened that day, or what was he doing that day?
And quoting him, he said, "And I was out, I had my truck pulled up, backed up to the edge of my garage. I'm reupholstering the seat cushions on my boat. And I was using more or less the bed as a workbench."
Okay, so then continuing on that page, what did he say at lines 22 through 25?
Quote him again. "So I'm spraying glue down and putting the padding down and all that kind of stuff. It was, I don't know exactly at what point of, the construction I was at that particular time. But I look up and I see this guy hauling ass."
All right, so at this point in time, what does he say about this guy hauling ass?
He said, I'll continue the quote, "I'm not talking about a jog. I'm talking about a haul ass, like something is right on his ass chasing him."
All right, so I'm now going to direct you from lines 4 through 13, okay? So what did he say about being able to recognize this person, lines 4 through 13?
He had seen 2 to 3 prior videos that Diego Perez had provided to him or shown him. He uses the words of this guy breaking into or being or wandering around into this house that's it's under construction.
All right, so I'm going to stop you there. How many videos did he say he'd seen?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was shown these videos by who?
Diego Perez.
All right. And he described it as this guy doing what?
He used the words breaking into or being or wandering around into this house.
And this is a house that's under construction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, with regard to the guy that owns it, what's he talk about the guy that owns it, line 8 through 13? Go ahead and give it to us verbatim.
Quoting the guy that owns it, I guess he's doing it himself because it's been in that state with no doors, no windows on it for well over a year now. I think the guy's a banker in Alma, and this is his second, or it's like a vacation home for him, but he's in no rush to build it.
All right, so did you then ask him, I'm going to take that question back. Hold on. I'm going to pivot on you for a second. I'm going to go ahead and have you then move forward to pages 13 through 14. on pages 13 through 14, do we now pick up back where he's talking about what he did after he's seen the black guy running down the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to have you do this. We are going to do lines 21 through 25 on page 13, starting with, well, I'm thinking.
I'll be quoting him. He says, "Well, I'm thinking he's either done something to somebody's chasing him, or I thought, well, maybe somebody drove up and found him in their house, or drove up to that particular house he likes to go into over and over again."
So he doesn't tell you he specifically saw him commit a crime that day.
Correct.
And going to the next page, 14, line 3, what's he do?
He runs inside of his house and
Okay.
retrieves a
Runs inside of his house. Okay. And what did he retrieve?
.357 Magnum.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention now to page 24. So with regard to page 24, does he talk to you about how he was able to recognize or think he recognizes Mr. Arbery as the guy from the construction house?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
All right, so I'm going to have you specifically start on line 1.
He refers to Mr. Diego Garcia again, and he tells me that...
You mean Mr. Diego Perez?
I'm sorry, thank you, Diego Perez.
Okay.
And Mr. Perez shows Mr. Greg McMichael what the guy looks like using video.
Actually, what I'm going to have you do is I want you to go ahead and just give it to him verbatim, starting at line 1
Okay.
through line 8, okay?
Quoting, Mr. McMichael says, "Yes," and he shows me what the guy looks like because I had never seen him. So I had heard a description of him, or maybe I had seen him. Maybe I had seen him before he moved to Diego's. I don't really remember exactly. But nonetheless, he had a video that night. He said, take a look at this, and you can see the guy. He's, roaming around in there.
Okay. And then what did you ask?
I asked him if the individual was picking up anything or going through anything.
And specifically, what did he say? Go ahead and quote it for us. Line 11 through 15.
He says, and I'm quoting, "Not that I recall, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there, or if he did, it was early in this process. But he keeps going back there over and over and over again to this damn house."
All right, so when you're asking him, was he picking up anything or going through anything, are you talking about that day or are you talking about what he'd seen on the videos?
What he had seen on the videos.
Okay. And he says he doesn't recall seeing him ever steal anything or pick anything up.
Correct.
All right. And he said, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there. Is that what he tells you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And
Your Honor, that was an incomplete question, and I would ask that the state, if she's asking the witness to reiterate the testimony that he's already given, which is her right to do, that she state it accurately.
Sure, can be cleaned up on cross. Allowed, just can be cleaned up. Go ahead.
thank you. So, and then did he go on to say, if he did, it was early on in this process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if he did, was he able to tell you that he had personal knowledge of any prior theft that Mr. Arbery had committed at the open construction site? I mean, right there, it says if he did. Did he give you details?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Okay. Did he give you dates?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Did he talk at all about a boat and stuff being stolen off a boat at any point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to direct your attention now specifically to, let's go to page 24. Oh, I'm sorry. No wonder it's not working for me. Let's go to page 28. All right. Now, at this point in time, the top of page 28, are you trying to have him clarify some stuff for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so where did he say he ran?
Into his residence.
All right. And what did he get out?
A .357 Magnum.
All right. And he did, I'm going to take you to the bottom of page 30 now. Once he ran to the house and got his gun, he went to the truck.
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say the problem with the truck was?
His grandson's car seat is in the passenger side of the truck.
And turning the page to page 31, starting at line 2. But anyway.
He said, I'll quote him, but anyway, it's strapped in. It's a beast to get in and out, you know, processing. So I just opened up, sitting up on top of this car seat like this, you know, I mean, my head, I'm looking down like this through the windshield.
And does he indicate where the truck now goes?
Yes, ma'am.
And it goes down to the corner, and where does it go after that?
Mentions it goes down to the corner of Burford Road.
And why do they go down to Burford Road, based on lines 14 and 15 of page 31?
He says Burford, that's where he is. He's going down, he's running down Burford.
All right, so I'm going to specifically take you to the top of page 32. Okay? All right, so at this point in time, generally, does Greg McMichael indicate to you that Mr. Arbery's on the left-hand side of the road?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Greg McMichael indicating whether he's yelling at Mr. Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
What's he yelling at Mr. Arbery?
Stop, 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 stop.
All right. And then, what's he say that Mr. Arbery does on line 3?
Line 3, he says that Mr. Arbery puts it in high gear.
Okay. And what did Mr. Greg McMichael say at that point, once Mr. Arbery put it in high gear?
He stated to cut him off 3 times.
All right. He just said, I said, cut him off, cut him off, cut him off.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did he say the guy did next?
Mr. Arbery started running back the other way.
Well, did he turn around first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Turn around first and start running back the other way.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point, does Mr. McMichael indicate that where he is as far as being in the truck, out of the truck, or anything like that, according to line 17 and 18?
He's out of the truck on foot. He was heading the same direction Mr. Arbery was now heading.
All right. So at this point, when the guy turns around and runs back the other way on Burford, Mr. Greg Michael's out of that truck and he's headed back down that way on foot.
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point, does he decide to get back in the white pickup truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what does he say specifically, lines 19 through 22?
He says, and I'm quoting, so I'm not getting back in that front seat, the car seat. So I jumped to the back. I don't jump anywhere.
He doesn't jump anywhere.
No.
So what does he say he did next?
So he says, and continuing the quote from there, okay, so I crawled my ass, my old cripple ass, up into the back of the truck, and I can still see the guy down there.
All right. So by the time he gets back in the truck, he can still see Mr. Arbery down there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So taking you to page 33, I'm going to go ahead on page 33 and have you start about midway where you're talking about being on Zellwood. So you're talking to Mr. Greg McMichael about, we're coming up on Zellwood.
Yes, ma'am.
What does he say?
He confirms that, yes, Zellwood.
And then where did he say they went?
They went down Holmes Road.
All right. And did he indicate why they went down Holmes Road?
He mentions that he turned down, Mr. Arbery turned down Holmes Road.
Okay. And at some point, does he indicate whether Mr. Arbery sees them?
Yes, ma'am.
And once he sees them, what does Mr. Arbery do?
He turned and started running back. He uses the words that way.
All right. And then does he tell you where that is back toward where?
He indicates the intersection of back towards this intersection.
Does he actually say what intersection at that point?
No, ma'am, he doesn't right at this point.
He just says intersection.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, page 33. All right, so I'm actually going to have you give the jury the specific quotes on line 20 through 22 that Greg McMichael says. Okay? And what I want is, does he first indicate the guy? Let me think. The guy is, he sees Mr. McMichael. And then does he say at some point, he, meaning the guy, turns and starts running back that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So going to page 34 now. Did you ask Mr. McMichael where Mr. McMichael tried to pin Mr. Arbery the first time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did he indicate he tried to pin Mr. Arbery the first time?
On Burford Road.
All right. Now, going to page 35. As they're on Holmes Road, where is Mr. Greg McMichael? Line 21.
He says that he is in the back of the truck with the 357.
All right, now specifically, on Holmes Road in the back of the truck with the 357, he then says specifically, I want you to quote this, line 25 into the top of line 1 and 2 on page 36. What does he specifically say?
Quoting, he says, I said, stop, you know, I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I was trying to convey to this guy we were not playing, you know.
Okay. Now, does he specifically indicate at what point he says this to Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am.
All right, so you don't know where on Holmes Road it is that he says this to Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am.
Going now to page 39. All right, so I'm going to talk to you now about what Mr. Greg McMichael says happens next. I'm going to direct your attention to lines 2 through 7 of page 39.
Okay.
All right, so once again, he's in the back of the truck with his weapon. What does he say he's doing?
He says that he's aiming.
Did he shoot?
No, ma'am.
And after he heard the shots were fired, how many shots did he say were fired?
He mentions 2.
And what did he do next?
He gets out of the truck. He stated that he had a hip replacement so he doesn't jump anywhere, that he eased himself out of the truck.
All right. So this is a man with a hip replacement, and so he had to ease himself out of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point in time, did he indicate that he went and checked Mr. Arbery for a weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Now directing your attention to page 41. Did Mr. McMichael indicate whether he had his cell phone with him?
He did not.
All right,
He stated he did not.
all right. But he did call 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone did he have to
He
use?
used Travis McMichael's phone.
So specifically then directing your attention to page 42. At this point in the interview, did you really start to talk to him about what was his intent with Mr. Arbery should he have actually stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what was his intent?
He said to hold on, to hold him.
To hold him.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he use the word arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you what he was going to be arrested for?
No, ma'am.
Did he use the word citizen's arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he use the word detain?
No, ma'am.
So he's holding him. Did he tell you what he was going to hold him for?
He was going to contact the county police.
Okay, and do what?
He was going to hold him for county police so that he could either be arrested or identified.
All right, I'm going to back you up for a minute. Specifically, line 24 through 25. I'm going to actually take you up to line 21. I want you to read that quote to the jury.
He says, and I quote, "Yeah, to hold him till you know and call county police to." I said, "Okay." He continues to come and, check him out.
Check him out?
Yes,
Come
ma'am.
and check him out? That's what he says?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he's calling to have the county police come and check him out. And then what does he say?
Continuing quote, there was no doubt in my mind as to who this guy was, none, having seen the videos prior.
All right, so having seen the videos, he's making this identification of this man.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what else is he then talking to you about? The next thing that he's trying to explain his intent to you about?
I'll continue the quote from there. The thing that was doubtful, not doubtful, but was certainly a driving factor in my mind was that my son had a missing pistol, and I'm pretty certain this guy, well, I don't know for a fact, and I have no reason to think that he did it other than the fact that this guy has been this guy's been doing this crap over and over and over.
Okay, so he's talking about his son, Travis McMichael, has a missing pistol.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he's trying to tell you, I'm pretty certain this guy, but I don't know for a fact that he's the one who stole it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But he doesn't have any evidence to present to you that Mr. Arbery is the one who stole Travis McMichael's handgun.
Correct.
That's a mischaracterization. He's providing statements to the officer about it.
Let's just let the transcript speak for itself. It's a statement.
Did he say, I don't know for a fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they then say, I have no reason to think that he did it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than the fact that he's been doing this crap over and over and over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, when he goes down to line 17 through 21, what does he say about Travis McMichael's stolen handgun at that point?
He says, and quoting, "Yeah, I had never seen this guy personally before and didn't see anybody go to the truck that day and take his weapon."
Okay. So going to the truck and taking the weapon, is that Travis McMichael's handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Greg McMichael is talking about with you a lot of different crimes that he suspects Mr. Arbery had committed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he provide you with any specific details about the names, the addresses, the locations of these crimes?
No, ma'am.
All right. But did he talk about break-ins?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he throw around the word burglaries?
Yes, ma'am. You mentioned burglars, yeah.
All right. Did he throw around like entering autos or doing stuff like that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did I ask you to go back and look at all of the 911 calls into the Satilla Shores neighborhood from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. I think it actually looked into a little bit further into 2020. Let's see. It was from, the dates that I looked at were 1/1 of 2019 to 5/25 of 20.
All right, so what I'm going to have you do is only focus on 1/1 of 19 through February 23rd of 2020, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how many burglary calls for 911 came into the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Object, because this is calling for hearsay. She's asking him to report what he learned through other calls and documents, and the subject matter of those, and the determinations of those. That's all hearsay. There should be witnesses for those documents. He didn't have anything to do with these things.
It's only a foundation of what he's done and where the
Sure thing. So, detective, which organization do you work for? All right, and you were a detective who worked on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you interviewed Greg McMichael, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Greg McMichael had a claim that there was burglaries and entering autos and all this stuff, and he suspected Mr. Arbery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When I asked you to go ahead and review this information, how did you get this particular information I asked you to review?
I received the original list of incidents from the area from our conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I went into our reporting system, Spillman, and I pulled it again, and then exported just the general list of case numbers, dates, and natures into Excel, and started looking at case counts. Then went back into Spillman and pulled the same range, but it was only incidents that an actual report had been taken. So versus somebody calling in, an officer responding and clearing up, you know, they help somebody out or something that doesn't require an actual written report versus they actually went back and we were required to document something. I pulled both lists.
All right, so you pulled both lists. And this is a system that is maintained in the normal course of business at the Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. It's used by most, I believe, all agencies in Glenn County, if not
All right.
most.
And I think you mentioned its name was Spillman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are these documents kept in the ordinary course of business for you to do evaluations on?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're available for you as part of your job as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can pull them up to do analysis, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in this case, did I ask you to pull them up out of Spillman independently yourself to perform an analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did I ask you to look at?
The reports, the ones that actually had the reports written for them. So cases that were closed out, active. The best way to say is in our terminology. So an incident report was completed.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and drill down to that. Do people call 911 and then there's nothing really there to it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But there's still a 911 call recorded that comes up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you looked at what I asked you to look at, it was actually a 911 call where there was like kind of something that actually really happened?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So in other words, there was an investigation, somebody looked into something, somebody reported something, and somebody wrote a report?
For some instances, and then one other instance with a burglary, there wasn't a report.
So there was one burglary that was unfounded?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that is all of January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd of 2020?
Judge, we're getting into the objectionable material. It's being offered for the truth. Somebody investigated, somebody reported, somebody wrote a report. That information the state is now offering as the truth that either an incident did or didn't take place. She's offering it through this witness that has no direct knowledge of it, and it's being offered for the truth. So if the state wants to do that, call the witnesses who dealt with it.
We join in that objection.
So explain where the state's coming from on it.
Sure.
I asked her to explain where the state is coming from on it.
Well, Your Honor, we
Based
would
on the
ask that
objection.
this be done outside the presence of the jury. This is an appropriate.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and take a step outside, or step back into the jury.
All right for jury. Steve.
All right, I'm going to ask, if you could just go ahead and take a step outside of the courtroom while we address the matter before the court. From the state.
Thank you, Judge. The only testimony the state is trying to elicit at this point in time is that there was only one burglary call in the entire Satilla Shores neighborhood between January 1st, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020, and it was an unfounded burglary call. In addition, there were only 4 entering auto calls in that time frame, one of which was Travis McMichael's on January 1st, 2020. So the state is entitled to rebut these statements by Greg McMichael about, oh, there's all this crime and he's this suspect. He's already, the statement's already in. Oh, they've got him on video every third or fourth night out there breaking into people's homes. And the reality is that is not the case whatsoever. In this case, it's not hearsay. And the reason it's not hearsay is it's not a statement of another person. This is a computer system. It's business records that are kept in the ordinary course of business. This is an officer who is entitled and actually duty-bound kind of during his investigations to pull these records and look at them. I asked him to pull these records to verify the number and type of call and then to look at the calls that were burglaries and entering autos. So we know exactly what had taken place during this time frame in reality. He's not going to testify to what the victim said or which officer responded or any of those sorts of things. It is strictly to provide the jury with the actual numbers of 911 calls that came in where there was an actual crime that took place.
Mr. Shepard, yeah, I think if I'm hearing it correctly, Greg McMichael has said there's been burglaries and entering autos in the neighborhood that he's aware of. The state wants to now prove that Greg McMichael is lying and that there really are no burglaries or entering autos that have happened in the neighborhood, or not to the extent that he has told officers his belief of the extent of it. And they intend to do that by having this officer, who has looked at some reports that have been generated that have a conclusion within them. Either a statement by somebody saying some information that has caused it to be reported as a burglary or entering auto or not, and then a conclusion by an investigating officer that says the initial call is not sustained or not substantiated, for lack of a better word, meaning the opinion of some individual after investigating this particular call to try to disprove what the state has offered, what the state has offered by Mr. McMichael. They're offering it for the truth. It's hearsay. This witness has no knowledge. This witness did not do the investigation. It's like bringing in a conclusion in a report of drugs in a system or something like that. You have to have the witness who's done it to come testify. It's as hearsay as it gets.
Your Honor, the records themselves are kept in the ordinary course of business by a records custodian. This man is not the records custodian. This man did his own search on a system and pulled up some reports. It would be no different, can you hand that to me, please, than us calling our investigator to say, I went through all of the reports to find what had gone on in Satilla Shores during a certain time frame, and look how many things I found. And you would say, I suspect, when the state objected, that's hearsay, Your Honor. You need to either get the certified records from the appropriate certifying agency, or you need to have each of these people come in and talk about their reports. So for that reason, this is not an appropriate way to try to prove what had been going on in that neighborhood.
Your Honor, first of all, I'm concerned, and I think the court has an obligation at some point to inquire. the suggestion that this was not a neighborhood on edge flies in the face of overwhelming evidence, and trying to take cherry-picked information, hearsay information, and bring that in this case, I find troubling. I find it troubling. The state is the one who elicited, unless I missed it, the state's the one eliciting the statements from Greg McMichael about all the crime in the neighborhood. That's not something that any of the defendants did in this case. They brought it in. Now they're impeaching their own witness, because they made Mr. McMichael their own witness in this context, with this additional information. I would suggest, with all respect, that's rebuttal information, if and when the McMichaels actually present that defense or that evidence. I think it's inappropriate. And, Your Honor, to allow this at this time is wrong. This isn't the typical case, Your Honor, where you can say you don't know what the evidence is. I cannot remember a case where a judge, sorry for the privilege, has been forced to learn so much of the factual evidence and details of the case in advance of the trial. The court knows exactly what the issue is here. And this cherry picking of information is inappropriate in this context. And we would ask the court to disallow this line of questioning at this time, subject to possibly reconsidering it for rebuttal purposes when it's proper.
Final word then, Mr. Actually, it was the defense motion. All right. The objection's overruled. This is the police witness has testified to these being records. Yeah, you're not going to hear me that way. I'll just speak up. The witness has testified as a police witness that these are records that he would regularly rely upon as part of his investigation, regularly held records by the Glenn County Police Department in a known system. I do think, though, that there is clarification that's needed when it comes to the records. The way the question was asked, I think needs to be clarified, because the way it's asked makes it sound like he is testifying as to what actually happened as opposed to simply what his record review was. So with that caveat, the objection is overruled. He's simply relying upon the records that he was provided. As to the accuracy of the records, that goes to weight, and on cross-examination, you can cross-examine him on his knowledge of the records.
You know, I have a second matter I want to take up while the jury is out. And maybe it was a misunderstanding, but Ms. Burton pointed out to me the Bruton issue that had come up. The only thing that I expressed concern about, that I objected to with respect to statements about my client in this statement, the only thing that I'm concerned about, not concerned about all the references to blocking, all the references to trucks, we let all that go. I specifically objected that I did not want Greg McMichael's testimony about his relationship to Roddy Bryan coming into evidence. And there's just one spot. And sure enough, I thought that was covered. And I'm told that, in fact, that was brought in. That's a problem. And if it's late, then it's an ineffective assistance to counsel issue. But I'm making a motion for mistrial under Bruton based on that. In the alternative, I don't know that you can cure it. And here's why, Your Honor, because I know you're not looking at me. You're not giving me that look yet, but I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how could that make any difference? How could that be important in this case? It goes back to the severance issue that we talked about before. The state has these before the fact, after the fact conspiracy theories to get around the fact that there were no communications between Roddy Bryan and Greg McMichael prior to the shooting in this case about this matter. And now we've gotten in Greg McMichael's version of his relationship to Mr. Bryan. I can't cross-examine him about that. Now we've got this jail call, and we've talked about that before, jail call looming out there about how Roddy Bryan is Greg McMichael's ally. Again, I can't cross-examine Greg McMichael about any of that. And I'm sure it didn't dawn on the state that, well, yeah, you know what, I'm not assuming anything. But we all know we have another issue with Roddy Bryan's fiance, because everybody knows that there is no relationship between Greg McMichael and Roddy Bryan, because Greg McMichael is not welcome in the Bryan residence, not because of anything that happened between Mr. Bryan and Mr. McMichael, but because of issues involving his fiance and her family. Now, how am I going to possibly deal with any of that? It's, the state's putting me in a position, it's forcing me at some point to make a motion for severance, because I can't defend Roddy against allegations of special treatment. I can't defend Roddy against allegations of some special relationship in this case. And I'm not saying they're doing it deliberately, but they're putting me in a box where Roddy Bryan can't get a fair trial without being able to cross-examine Gregory McMichael in this case. Now, if Gregory McMichael testifies, I guess there's no problem. But in the event that Mr. McMichael doesn't testify, then how do I defend Roddy against these charges? That's the problem. I'm making the motion for mistrial, and I'm reserving the right to move for severance.
Objections?
Any of the other defendants joining in the mistrial?
On the Bruton issue that Mr. Goff has raised, no.
No.
State.
First off, objections need to be contemporaneous when it took place, and there was no objection at the time this took place. Number two, this is not an inculpatory statement in any way. People having known each other in this context is absolutely not inculpatory because, as Mr. Goff knows, the evidence is going to come out that they don't have each other's phone numbers in each other's cell phones, okay? And that they didn't know each other like that. And that is evidence the state is going to present. Number two, I think it would be a Bruton violation to put in a jail call where Mr. Greg McMichael is calling Mr. Bryan an ally. That would be inculpatory. And Mr. Goff keeps asserting that we're going to do conspiracy after the fact. That is not what we're going to go into. Conspiracy after the fact that because we don't intend to go into all of the, how about this? The state has no intention at this point in time of going into everything that took place afterwards. If that becomes relevant, it may be gone into, and at that point in time, it may be something to explore exactly how this video got out on the internet and how Mr. Greg McMichael went to Mr. Bryan and asked for his phone and did all this stuff. But the state has no intention of putting that in its case in chief at all, okay? Because that's not anything that's going to come in my opinion, at this point in time. So all of the paper tigers that Mr. Goff is talking about, the state doesn't intend to put those in. I'm just trying to not box myself in if for some reason it does actually end up being relevant because Mr. Goff puts it in or someone else puts it in. I don't foresee it coming in. So at this point in time, it's inculpatory statements that Bruton violates. And knowing somebody for years, but I'm not sure exactly where he lives in the neighborhood, it does show the nature of the relationship, which is not a close one if you don't even know where the guy lives in the neighborhood.
Well, Your Honor, if the state's going to withdraw the conspiracy charge, then that would change the character of the case.
And I just have to add on the after-the-fact conspiracy defense to its case in chief that the state just made. Just yesterday, they elicited from former Officer Minshew on direct examination in their case in chief evidence that after the fact, that is after the shooting, Mr. McMichael was over near his truck talking to Roddy Bryan. And you have to ask, why was that a fact of relevance to the case, if not to suggest, and at this point they're suggesting it, they're humming it, I suspect they'll sing it in closing, that he got up with Roddy Bryan after the shooting to talk about something or other sinister and conspiratorial and let's cover our tracks kind of stuff. In fact, I think that's why they were talking about all the other people Mr. McMichael was talking to on the scene after the fact. If not for that, why bring it in? I don't know what else they could think it was relevant to, unless it's to say later he's trying to fix this case up by talking to people to get himself covered here.
And, oh, sorry.
It's a motion for mistrial before the court.
Yes.
Okay. That is denied. All of this is preparing the ground. At this point, I'm not aware of the issue currently before the court, but it sure sounds like everybody's got a heads up on where this thing could go if, in fact, the state's headed in that direction with the evidence. And I understand what counsel's raising, but at this point, what I'm ruling on is a motion for mistrial based upon a statement that just came in through the state.
Yes, my comments are more in the nature at this point of just record correcting on the assertion by the state that they're not talking about anything after the fact, when in fact they are. And the court is correct. It is laying the groundwork possibly for future motions for mistrial from any one or all of these defendants.
And for the record, Your Honor, if I have prematurely assumed things incorrectly, my apologies to opposing counsel.
Now that Mr. Hoag has put this all on the record, I do want to put something on the record. All that activity at the scene happened between the homicide and when they made their statements. And what the state is basically pointing out is that Greg McMichael was putting out his narrative and trying to control the scene, and he did all of that before he made it to talk to Parker Marcy. And so it doesn't necessarily go to after the fact, meaning in May of 2020. That's not the after the fact the state's talking about. The conspiracy after the fact, in the state's mind, is what's happening on the scene that we can see on video of all of this where they're talking to each other there before they ever make any statements to law enforcement or go down a couple hours later to make their statements. And that is where the state is focused.
And that's relevant to what?
Their veracity and credibility.
All right. We can deal with that, I guess.
And Your Honor, the most important issues for me is is the court going to break for lunch?
I'd like to get done with at least the direct examination of this witness. How much longer do we have from the state?
We have 4 more pages and several videos.
Sounds like now is going to be a good time. All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel, and we'll let them know we're going to be breaking for lunch.
All right for jury. Please state.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sort of moving you around to, feels like moving you around for the sake of moving you around. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, but I have to always make those announcements on the record. So there's a bet going on, wasn't there? What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. We're going to break for an hour, so 20 past 1. During the break, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't let anybody discuss it in your presence of hearing. If somebody does, please notify the court, and we'll go ahead and see what we need to address. But with those instructions and all of the other instructions that I have given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here in an hour. Thank you.
All right for jury.
All right. Sometimes I don't dare ask this question, but anything from the state before we recess?
No, Judge.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess for an hour.
Session. Please sit.
Did they, Mark, do you know if they worked on that? Okay. I believe I'm back in business. Everybody hear me? All right. All right, we are back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. We're ready to get back into testimony from the witness. I did spend a little bit of time looking at this issue of these records at lunch, and I will tell you where the court is. The way maybe I misunderstood it initially, but the way I understand it now is the officer that was testifying actually was asked, separate from his investigation, it turns out, to look into the records from the state. Okay. All right. Based on that, and the objection being hearsay, it does sound like under the rule they're going to need to be a certified record. So they are not at this point certified. So at this point, unless there's a solution to that from the state, I'm not going to allow him to testify to a business record or public record, however it gets couched. If that's solved, then that gets solved. But to that extent, the objection sustained.
I understand, Judge.
Okay.
Well, except the jury's already heard the testimony about the records.
Disregard that testimony. Okay. Yeah, in the preliminary instruction, we account for that. And I'll inform them to disregard that testimony with regard to any records kept by the police and testified to by the officer. I do note the objection was made after he'd already testified to it, though.
It was a question, actually, and then when the state went back to go back to the question, I objected again. So I don't think that he's testified and answered the question. I guess the record will reflect it. I think it was a...
Yeah, I think it was before it came out. I think we've had more of a discussion about it than...
And the objection was to the extent that he was going to be testifying that after a review of the records, he finds truthful information that there were only one substantiated call or not. Not just what was in his mind, what was he looking at, whether it was being offered the truth. If it's not being offered for the truth, then that's a different issue. But if it's being offered the truth, then that was the problem.
Yeah. Just so I understand the way it would come in, it'd be business records. I don't know what that particular database stores, but obviously any narratives or opinion or anything else that may be in there, there might be some objection to and some question about. But what I understand he was testifying to was simply here are the number of burglaries in this particular case he saw in that database over a period of time. Now, if the questioning goes beyond that, then there may be some other objectionable material. But if that's just what's in the business record itself, and the state wants to focus on that, as long as it's a certified record, as long as it's a true record that's admissible that way, then, again, I'm prejudging the question, but my understanding was the question before the witness, and I don't have it exactly, was what does the record reflect? If that was it, then the record needs to be properly admissible before it can be testified to. That's the ruling of the court. All right. So my instruction then is to the extent that the witness has testified to any police database reports, the jury is to disregard that testimony. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get the witness. Actually, and to clear it up, I'll tell them that the court has sustained an objection and they are to disregard.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and do that again when the jury comes out.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get the panel.
It's all right for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the presentation of evidence in the case. Before we do so, just prior to the break, I want to make sure the record is clear for the panel. The court has sustained an objection. There was some testimony before the break, I'm sorry. The court has sustained an objection to a question posed by the state regarding a police database and a report that came from that database. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen, to disregard any testimony about the contents of this police database or any conclusions reached by the officer regarding the database itself. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Go ahead.
All right, and you're still under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and then focus on where we left off. So where we left off was talking about Greg McMichael and what he specifically said as he was going and discussing with you what happened on February 23rd of 2020, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so now I'm going to direct you to page 44. All right, so where we're going to look is we're going to look on page 44, lines 8 through 12, okay? So lines 8 through 12. And does Greg McMichael tell you, but anyway, in my mind, there's a good possibility that this guy's armed. That was my thought process, and my intention was to stop this guy so that he could be arrested or be identified at the very least.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that a quote from Greg McMichael about Greg McMichael's behavior and intention?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, did he indicate at this time what he thought the guy should be arrested for?
No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't say burglary?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say criminal attempted burglary?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say trespassing?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say any crime whatsoever?
Not at that time, no, ma'am.
All right. And when he said, or to be identified at the very least, well, what did he explain to you what he meant by be identified?
No, ma'am.
So let's go ahead to the bottom of that page, line 25. All right, so Greg McMichael's saying stop to Mr. Arbery, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And he's yelling at him to stop. What else does he say?
He says, and I'll quote, "I'm yelling to him to stop. Said, we just want to talk to you." I think I said that at one point.
All right. Did he indicate he may have also said, get on the ground or whatever?
Yes, ma'am. He did just prior to saying that. His entire quote for this question is, "I'm saying stop. I may have said get on the ground or whatever, but I'm yelling to him to stop. Said, we just want to talk to you." I think I said that at one point.
And you said okay, and then what did he say?
He said, and continuing the quote, but that didn't work. He wasn't having none of that. So,
All right, so at any point in time, did Mr. McMichael indicate to you that when Mr. Arbery wasn't having none of that, they decided to stop chasing him?
no, ma'am.
Did he ever indicate to you that when Mr. Arbery wasn't having none of this, that he was just going to go back home?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so, continuing down to the middle of this page, the exact quote starting with, "Of course you know."
Quoting, "Of course, you know, it's pretty. Don't take a rocket surgeon to figure out, that the guy was cornered. He was cornered like a rat. That was his reaction."
That was whose reaction?
Mr. Arbery's.
All right. That he was cornered like a rat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so having concluded your interview with Greg McMichael, what did you do next?
I went to see where the investigation was at with other investigators, and I met with Sergeant Oliver in our computer lab. She was having trouble downloading Mr. Bryant's phone and asked for me to take over.
All right. I'm going to go back real quick. When you concluded with Greg McMichael, did another investigator come and chat with Mr. McMichael after you concluded your formal interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you kind of in and out during all that?
There was a conversation about where is Travis's phone prior to me leaving, and then I recall asking about first aid at the end of the interview, or at the end of when Investigator No Healy was speaking with him.
All right. So Investigator No Healy came and then started speaking with Greg McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that captured also on the video recording of the interview with Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, Sergeant Oliver says, "Hey, I'm having trouble downloading Defendant Bryan's phone."
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to assist her with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what you did.
There was an issue of just the thumb drive space being too small. I took over, and using Cellbrite's Physical Analyzer, it's a computer-based program, I conducted a logical extraction of Mr. Bryant's phone.
And had Mr. Bryan given you permission to do that?
It was given to Investigator Lowry, and then transferred to Sergeant Oliver, and then myself.
All right. And were you given permission to download Travis McMichael's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Travis McMichael give Investigator No Healy permission to do that?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And so did you download both Defendant Bryan and Defendant Travis McMichael's cell phones?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And were they made part of your case file?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, after having downloaded both of those particular phones, what did you do next?
Regarding the contents of the phone or my next investigation?
Well, did you do any analysis on the contents of the phone?
We recovered
Before you tell me what you recovered.
I reviewed video in Mr. Bryant's phone.
Okay. And so, at that point in time, is that what you were actually looking for off of Mr. Bryan's phone, the
Yes, ma'am.
video? And were you able to download that particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it also made part of this case file?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, in this instance, were there two videos?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Were they duplicates?
One's a little shorter than the other.
All right. All right, so now moving on, now that we've talked about that, that's great. What did you do next after you finished the download of the phone and downloaded the video of the homicide off of Mr. Bryan's phone?
I went out to 220 Satilla Drive, and I was looking for, initially I was looking for Mr. Matt Albenze, who was our 911 caller. At the time, I had the name Matt, and I didn't have an address. And I met with Mr. Ronnie Olson, who lives at 219 Satilla.
All right, so is that the first person you met when you went out there, was Mr. Ronnie Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And without going into anything Mr. Ronnie Olson said, did you attempt to record your interview with him on body cam?
I did.
What happened?
When downloading the body cam footage, so from the body cam, we use Axon. Their sync platform is what pulls it down. When it pulled down the metadata, so all the background, hey, this video is this long, it was recorded on this date, made it, but for some reason the rest of the video did not. So when you play it, it cuts off after a couple seconds. And that's for Mr. Albenze's video and for when I met with Mr. Olson as well. I've seen that a couple times before with another officer, and then with another case I had in the past. When it was caught in this case, if it's not re-downloaded from the camera itself before that file is deleted, then you can't get it back. We have a new system now that prevents any accidents, the software failing, officer mistakes, anything like that from happening.
All right, so with regard to Ronnie Olson at 219 Satilla Drive, did you write a report to kind of encapsulate what it was that you did that evening with regard to Mr. Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but we don't have the body cam video because of the glitch.
Correct.
All right, does that apply also to Mr. Matt Albenze? Don't have the body cam, but you wrote a report in conjunction with what he and you talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, with regard to Mr. Ronnie Olson, did you ask him to provide the Glenn County Police Department with something?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you ask him to provide you with?
He had a camera on his porch facing the street, including 220 Satilla Drive, and I asked for video from that.
All right. Were you able to collect it that evening?
No, ma'am.
And then that evening, when you went and talked to Mr. Albenze, did you have a conversation with him as the 911 caller?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What did you do next?
I met with Diego Perez. He lived, if you're facing 220 Satilla, he lives 2 houses to the left. I asked him for Mr. Larry English at the homeowner's phone number, and I wanted to call him to get consent to go through 220 Satilla.
And were you able to reach Mr. English?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Perez, was it a long conversation or just a quick conversation of, hey, I need this phone number?
No, I was just there for the phone number.
All right. So no one interviewed Mr. Perez at that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. You got the phone number for Larry English. What'd you do?
I called Mr. English. I gave him a brief that we were out here investigating homicide and that it involved his residence, and I asked for consent to go inside of his residence and look for any signs of anything being out of the ordinary, damaged, stolen, and he gave permission. I also asked for any video that he may have from inside of his residence, and he emailed me 5 video clips.
All right. So, first off, who were you with when you went out to do all of this and go to the English residence?
Investigator Lowry, Investigator Ramos, Investigator Lowther, and I can't recall, but I believe Sergeant Oliver and Investigator No Hilly may have been there as well.
All right. And when you went in to the location, the open unsecured construction site,
Yes, ma'am.
how'd you get in?
I just walked in, there's no doors. The front door is just an open space, and there's 2 garage doors to the left that are just open.
Any fencing around the property?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126. See if you're able to recognize 126.
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to recognize it?
I've been there. That's the front of 220 Satilla.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 126.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Right. State's Exhibit 126. What are we looking at here?
It's the front door of 220 Satilla.
And is there a back door on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it open or? is
It's
there-
open. There's a space for a back door.
So there is no actual physical door?
No, ma'am.
On the front?
No, ma'am.
On the back?
No, ma'am.
And what's here?
Garage door. Well, the garage.
Is there a door there?
No, ma'am.
And what do we have over here?
A garage for an RV, boat, something a little bit taller.
Right. And so, when we zoom in, to that's your recollection, were there windows or spaces open on the very back of the house?
I don't remember windows on the back of the house. I don't recall if there were windows in or not. There's windows in on the front, as we can see, but I don't recall the rear of the residence.
Okay.
There were windows.
And as we go over here, what's this big open space right here?
I believe that's a side door into that garage.
Is there an actual physical door there?
No, ma'am.
It's just a doorway?
As I recall, just doorways, ma'am.
All right, so what time did you get out there?
Around 8 p.m.
Was it still light out or was it dark?
No, ma'am, it was dark.
When you went in to the open unsecured construction site at 220 Satilla Drive, could you see when you were inside there?
With the aid of the street lamp outside and flashlights.
Okay, so when you first went in, did you have your flashlights already on?
I believe so. In any case, we could see to the extent we didn't walk into things, but you couldn't see detail on what exactly was on the floor around you.
Okay, and where was this street light that you're talking about?
It's outside of the residence from the perspective we have a little to the left.
Over here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that street light on when you were there on February 23rd, 2020 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did it aid you in being able to see what was on the interior of this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you showed up there in the interior of the location, was there anything inside, like boats or cars or things like that?
Inside there was some lumber, a couple tools. On the out back there was a camper that was locked and secured. It's kind of saying the same thing. Secured meaning that none of the windows are broken out, no entry had obviously been made. And then on the back there was a dock. They have a boat lift there. There was a boat up on the lift.
Okay. Based on your limited knowledge of the open unsecured construction site, could you tell whether anything had been stolen?
Not without being there prior to, no ma'am.
Okay, so there's nothing for you to compare and contrast?
No ma'am.
Now, you received the 5 video clips from Mr. Larry English, State's Exhibit 120. Have you had the opportunity to review those 5 video clips?
Yes ma'am.
And are they the video clips that Mr. English sent you on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 125 video clips from the open unsecured construction site.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear S-125.
No, S120. It's 5 separate clips from February 23rd of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you all respond whether you had an objection?
We didn't.
If what we're talking about is 220 Satilla Drive, all right, at 220 Satilla Drive, we have no objection to those video clips.
Yeah, no objection.
No objection.
Or I guess the exhibit is admitted.
Right, Exhibit 120 containing 5
5 clips.
video clips. Hi, Detective Marcy. The first clip is, I'm going to play clip number 2 for you. Is this the video Larry English sent you for 220 Satilla Drive from February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now publishing clip 1. Is this substantially how you found the interior when you went there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is Mr. Arbery doing in clip 1?
Walk around looking inside the construction.
Clip 3. Clip 4. And the last clip. Now, not to be crude, but what is Mr. Arbery doing right here?
Grabbing his shorts, the front of his shorts.
And then the rest of this particular video, do you see him take anything or steal anything from this location?
No, ma'am.
Now, directing your attention forward to February 24th of 2020, the very next day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Olson and he agreed to provide you with video surveillance from his particular location, did the Glenn County Police Department send someone out there, Officer Jackson, to pick it up?
From, not Jackson, from Olson.
I'm sorry.
Investigator Butler.
Butler, thank you. So Butler got sent out to Mr. Olson's house.
As a part, he picked up video from Mr. Olson as a part of whatever other duties he was out there as well. I think there was a neighborhood canvas. So.
And on February 24th, 2020, did you get the opportunity to look at the video from Mr. Ronnie Olson?
I actually got it from him on the 25th.
Oh, on the 25th, I'm sorry.
I got the video Mr. Olson gave Investigator Butler on the 25th. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that was delivered to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review that?
Yes, I did.
All right. So regarding State's Exhibit 115, the Ronnie Olson video, were there something special to note about his particular video that he provided to the Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. So the DVR time was off by 1 hour and 5 minutes. And when the video plays back, it plays back fast. So you'll see the time move fast, and you'll see the cars and people move fast. And there was no explanation given with why. I've seen DVRs do that on occasion, depending on codec, players, stuff like that.
So, in other words, it's not in real time where somebody's walking like this. It's like somebody's walking like this.
Yeah, it looks
So,
like you could fast forward.
looks like it's fast forward. Okay. But that's how it came to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 115.
Which is what?
The video provided by Ronnie Olson to Brad Butler, who gave it to Parker Mercy, who reviewed it as part of the case file.
Yeah, Your Honor, we need the proper witnesses for the foundation of this. This is not that witness. This is a video that he received from somebody who received it from Mr. Olson, so I think we're missing a foundational element.
As far as the chain of custody on it.
It's not a chain of custody issue, Your Honor. It's authentication, it's basic foundation for admitting the video that was recorded by a person, a particular person, who then authenticates this is the video of what we have and what we saw from my video camera that day. I'm now providing it to person A, who's not here. Person A apparently provides it to person B, who is on the stand. But we're missing two people from the equation.
No objection from Mr. Bryan.
Gregory,
We join Travis McMichael's objection.
from the state.
The state's position is he received this video, he made it part of his case file, he's reviewed it. It's what was received directly from Mr. Olson per his request to Mr. Olson on the night of the 23rd.
It's overruled.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we don't know what it is. I mean, we've been told now that the video itself actually doesn't even play at the correct speed. That is not what we understand and not what we've seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just go ahead and take a step outside into the jury.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
Here's the problem that I have, Your Honor. We're talking about a fair and accurate depiction of what happened that day. He can't say that. He has no clue what happened that day. He sees a video of something that a video recorded. We're now being told through the state's questioning that the video actually is in a fast-forward state, meaning that whoever's on there is going to be walking in a hurried fashion. Big part of this case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Arbery did not run into this neighborhood. He walked in the neighborhood. So we're taking issue with, number one, it's being characterized inaccurately. Number two, this witness doesn't have direct knowledge about anything on this video. He's just saying, I was given this, and here you go, take a look at it. There needs to be a proper foundation.
You said something at the end, which is why I cleared the jury. I just want to be clear about it. Is there a copy of the Olson video that is not in that state?
We have one. We have one where he walks in normal, not under a fast forward. The seconds are ticking by, we believe, at accurate pace.
Well, then that's not what the state has, because the state has a video where Mr. Albenze is walking jerkily forward and stands there and then jerkily walks under a tree. Everybody's moving very, not super fast, but much faster than is a normal gait for walking. So I'm not sure, we're the ones who served it on the defense. I'm not sure why they would have a different video than what we have.
Maybe that needs to be resolved, because from what I understand, this was the video that was provided as part of the investigative file, but if there's two different versions of it out there, that raises a different question for me. So as I understand it, the chain of custody part of it is, if in fact Olson gave it to the state, then who had it? Let's just make sure that it's what Olson gave. But if there's two different versions out there, that then does raise a different question.
So just to be clear, our objection is not chain of custody, it's authentication.
And the problem with that, Your Honor, is Ronnie Olson was not home at the time, and this was unmanned video. He downloaded it later, and I'm not even sure if he looked at it. He handed over a USB drive to Butler, who handed it to Parker Marcy. So it falls under the unmanned video. It would be like anybody coming and downloading it and handing it off on a USB. They wouldn't have watched it to verify it.
Well, they would say, I've seen the video, this is my camera, it's the camera I set up, it's the camera that records outside of my house, this is outside of my house, this is the timestamp associated with it, I've watched it, this fairly and accurately depicts what's going on outside of my house. I dropped it onto a disk drive, I gave it to somebody, and that person then for chain of custody says, I've received it, we've not altered or deleted anything on it, and now you're seeing what we were given. That's been authenticated by the person who owns the camera.
That, in a perfect world, sounds great. Or it happens where the police show up and say, hey, do you have any DVD recordings? They drop it onto a thumb drive and give it to the police.
So there's still human beings involved in that interaction that need to be
That's the chain of
recorded.
custody part of it. I mean, if it was downloaded and given to the police, that's what I'm hearing. Again,
Chain
that,
starts once it's passed. Authentication starts with identifying.
I'm not going to debate anyone
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I'm satisfied as far as that issue is concerned. What I'm more concerned about is that there might be two videos. So let's get that solved.
I can play it right now.
Okay.
And that way we can all determine that states 115 is what it purports to be.
215 or 115?
115. Did everyone just see the car go back really fast?
Yeah, I see the seconds ticking by. Breeze.
Would you like a timestamp?
Yeah, the timestamp. Pretty sure it's 1:20, isn't it?
It's 2.
There we go.
2:12.
There's the black car.
You just ran out.
Right.
2:08, the around.
That's okay, I'll back it up. So when we look at 2:07. So for the record, Detective Marcy, are you seeing the seconds click past faster than normal?
Yes, ma'am, and this is what I received.
And did it do this when you played it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that man at 2:12:30 walk very quickly along the street
Yes, ma'am.
at the top of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute, what was the question? I missed it.
The man,
The man at the top of the screen, I'll
Yeah.
back it up a little bit.
oh, guess the question would be, does he appear to walk quickly because you've got the seconds moving, but you're just asking about how the seconds continue to move quickly?
Correct, for the record, so that we can all be on the same page, that this is the video that Parker Mercy received, and it was the seconds moving quickly like this.
Yeah.
And then we can see Mr. Lindsay walks down the street. So I guess at this point in time, I will stop it. It's at 2:12:59.
Gets back to my question, is there a different version of that?
I think so, but we seem to have created a memo about the fact that we got a fast-moving one and a slow-moving one. So I'm looking back to see. I thought this was resolved, where we had one that was moving in actual time. That was a true depiction of the rates of walking and running on that day.
Perhaps the court could give them a few minutes and we could agree on the video to be played. I mean, it just seems to come back and play a second version of it later if everybody's in agreement on it.
That's why I'm wondering if there's a second version.
I thought there was.
All right, we're going to take a short recess. I'm going to take 5 minutes or less, hopefully. We're in recess. If you could just remain available, I remind you you're under oath.
Looks like we are stuck with this one. I don't see in my file where we have the one that I thought would have been adjusted or that was slower. There are portions of it, Your Honor, that do appear to slow down and play at a more consistent pace with seconds, and then there's portions that ramp way up and play very, very quickly. So to the extent that we don't have a consistently, like right now it's, and then it'll go, it can go really, really fast. So this is what we're stuck with, it sounds like. We still have the issue of authentication and the witnesses, the actual witness who made the video with his home and his camera and all that stuff.
But my understanding is this was the home security, Mr. Olson's home security camera.
Right.
Right. He wasn't watching at the time, so as far as his view of it, his view only comes from whatever the video is.
Correct.
Okay. And that was downloaded based on a request from Glenn County PD, and this is the version of that that ultimately ended up in the file.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Well, based on that, the objection's noted. I'm going to overrule it. We'll go ahead and move forward, but I'll do that on the record.
Very good.
Okay. All right, let's get the panel.
Would the court allow me to clear up the mistake in front of the jury about my reading of the video so that the jury doesn't get the impression I'm trying to hide something? Is that okay? Just to say that I've looked back over it and that I see where some of the seconds play out a little more slowly and then they speed up, and there's my confusion.
As long as it's not testimonial.
It won't be.
You can just say you object.
Okay.
Or you can do that and withdraw your
I'll withdraw
objection.
that portion of the objection.
Let's do that.
Now for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we've resolved the matters that were before the court. Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, thank you, Judge. The issue I was having was my belief that we had two separate videos of the same time period. And going back and looking through our records, my confusion stemmed from portions of the video actually play with what appears to be in time. And then it speeds up and it eats up a bunch of time all at once. So I appreciate the opportunity to go back and look at it. It appears there is only one video, and it's quite a roller coaster of how the time plays. So to the extent that we thought there was two, I'll withdraw that objection. Still, though, the objection on being able to authenticate it by the owner of the video. Thank you, Judge.
That's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. So with regard to State's Exhibit 115, we've tendered it into evidence, and you were able to review it. Is that correct?
Yes.
I probably should on the record say it's admitted. Go
Thank you, Judge. So the exhibit states 115 having been tendered and admitted. Did you get a chance at the break to review it again, just
Yes.
briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it have that jerkiness and that speeding up with the seconds?
Yes, it does.
And once again, how much is the timestamp off?
An hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that Mr. Olson was not home at the time of the homicide?
Correct.
And this is something you downloaded later?
Correct, yes, ma'am. After the request, he told me, yeah, it's already burning. and provided it.
Okay.
Later.
And you spoke to him personally,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're the one who requested this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 115, and for the record, we're going to do the relevant portions of this long video.
Make sure we get timestamps on the record.
Correct, yes. So for the record, State's Exhibit 115, the state will be starting this on the top where it says Channel 4, 2020, 02:23, timestamp 02:07:55 p.m. Is that acceptable,
Yes, ma'am.
Detective? Ending at 2:16:30. All right, so Detective Marcy, we're going to go through and look at some things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So first off, when we go back, starting again at 2:08:26. We have our timer moving very quickly. Now, this person who's walking up, at this point in time, now, who do you believe that to be?
Mr. Arbery.
Okay. And where is Mr. Arbery right now at 2:09:15?
He's standing in the front yard of 220 Satilla.
And where does he go?
Into the residence.
And is that the image that we saw where the camera angle is down like this? The first couple of clips?
It may be, there's no timestamp on what Mr. English provided us. It's a reasonable association.
Stopping at 2:12:21. What is the jury looking at here?
If you look just above the colon between the 212, that is Mr. Albenze, the 911 caller walking into frame from his house.
All right, so this is the front porch of 219 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you went to Mr. Albenze's house, where was his house?
If you go up the road there, the road turns left slightly. His house is in that turn.
Restarting the video. And what's the jury looking at here? Stopping it at 2:12:41. In this area right up here.
That's Mr. Albenze calling 911.
And what do we have coming down the street here?
It's a car. I haven't gone and ID'd that car.
But we have a car coming down the street.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is 2:13:38. Starting it again. And what happened there?
Mr. Arbery steps out of the front door off the porch and begins running north to the right on Satilla Shores towards 230 Satilla Drive, the McMichael residence.
Okay. So now is that out of the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
No.
Or is that inside?
No, that goes further in.
And was that him continue to run down the street here at 2:13:54?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also him right there?
Yes, ma'am.
2:14:09, is he out of view at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
What movement do we have up here right under the word view at 2:15:35?
So where the cursor was, as you mentioned, below view, is a white pickup truck pulling out. It's currently 2:15:35. At 2:15:03, you can see movement. Looks like two individuals leaving the residence, getting into that vehicle, and then they leave going the same direction Mr. Arbery did.
All right, so I'm going to back it up to, you said 2:15?
I have 2:15:03.
We're going to start this at 2:14:57.
You see the movement now coming from the house.
And had the truck pulled off at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long was it from the time Mr. Arbery cleared off the screen until there was movement at the house coming out?
He steps out of the front door and runs up Satilla Drive. The timestamp I have for him stepping out is 2:13:39.
Mm-hmm.
And then the individuals come out to the truck on camera at 2:15:03. Camera time.
Camera time. So, minute and 20 seconds?
Thereabout.
And then we see the 911 caller coming back down the street, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move it forward a little bit and show you one other thing. So, the cursor forward and move it. 22120, what do we have here?
Georgia Power utility truck.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize, Judge. The cursor and mouse are not working, and I had them fix it at lunch, and it does not seem to have taken the fix. So I'm going to try it again. So what do we have here at 22742?
Glenn County Fire and EMS ambulance and a fire truck.
And starting at 23430, what do we have here?
The Georgia Power utility truck,
What's he doing?
he's going to use the porta potty.
And where's the porta potty?
That's at 220 Satilla Drive.
220 Satilla Drive. So the Georgia Power guy gets out and uses the porta potty at 220 Satilla Drive, and what time is that?
Camera time is 2:35:33.
Where's Mr. Ahmaud Arbery?
I'm trying to do the math in my head for the time difference. He's interacting with the defense in this case.
Okay.
He's not at the residence.
Did you see the fire trucks and EMS go by?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you saw him stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is Mr. Arbery lying dead at the time this guy steps onto the property at 220?
It's ridiculous. It's irrelevant. It's the purpose of asking if he's dead at the time somebody's urinating in a porta potty. That's ridiculous.
Your Honor, this is
It's
beyond
inflammatory.
pale.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is that people stopped and got onto this property at 220, all kinds of people. And this man, who's a Georgia Power employee, stopped to use this porta potty. And all kinds of people come onto this property, and Mr. Arbery's dead because he's going on this property. That's the relevance of this evidence.
That's a closing argument, Your Honor.
What's
So, we'd ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard all of that.
I'm sustaining the objection. Let's go ahead and move on.
Yes, Judge. And was that the end of the video provided by Mr. Olson to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, direct your attention to State's Exhibit 133, the videos provided by Diego Perez to Officer Adam Jackson. Were you also shown those particular videos?
I recall seeing at least one of the videos during the same time we were doing the phone downloads. The thumb drive that was provided to officers out there was brought back to headquarters, and we played one video, at least one video of what was provided.
Okay, so I obviously got the date wrong. So you're talking about the phone downloads that you're doing after the interview with Greg McMichael on February 23rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're still at the headquarters when the Diego Perez jump drive is brought to headquarters.
Yes, ma'am.
And while you're doing the phone download, you got to watch at least one of those videos.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you seen the full 10-minute long video that is now State's Exhibit 133?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate and in conjunction with what you had seen on the evening of the 23rd of February?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I believe this is a joint exhibit, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, this time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 133.
Motion without objection.
That's correct, Your Honor. No objection.
Submitted.
So Officer or Detective Marcy, what is our timestamp at the top of State's Exhibit 133?
It's February 23rd, 2020, and it's 1:11:24 p.m.
And to your knowledge, is this off by about 5 minutes?
I recall a discrepancy. I don't know the exact.
Now here at 1:11:59 seconds per this video, what do we have here?
That is Mr. Albenze.
State's Exhibit, or timestamp 1:13:30, who was that who ran by?
That was Mr. Arbery.
13 seconds, what do we have here?
It's a Glenn County Patrol Vehicle, Glenn County Police Department.
And whose patrol vehicle was that, to your knowledge?
I believe it would be the first on scene, Officer Minshew.
One 2019, what do we have here?
This is Mr. Albenze.
So at the end of that video, put my cursor there. So that video did not contain any images of the second responding officer, Duggan, coming into the neighborhood.
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention forward in time now to April 15th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
What action did you take on April 15th of 2020?
Prior to the 15th, we had another meeting at our agency.
Without explaining why you were doing what you were doing,
Okay.
What did you do?
I sent the 911 call and the original video from Mr. Bryant's phone of the incident to ROCIC for audio enhancement to see if anything could be cleared up in that.
Okay, so you sent off both the 911 call made by who?
The 911 call from Mr. Greg McMichael.
Okay, so Mr. McMichael's 911 call, and then Mr. Bryan's cell phone video of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you sent it off on April 15th, 2020. Did you
Yes.
ever receive any results back from that yourself personally?
Yes, ma'am. I received a package back from them on May 14th.
All right. And did you hand that over to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And then direct your attention to April 16th of 2020. What else did you do?
I recovered a copy of the autopsy photos of Mr. Arbery from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in Pooler and brought them back and made them part of the file.
And did you document everything you did in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, lastly, based on the statements of Greg McMichael. Sure. States Exhibit 302. So, based on the statements of Greg McMichael after having interviewed him, did you get a feeling for exactly where he went during the incident leading up to the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and have you previously looked at States Exhibit 302?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a fair and accurate drawing of the route taken by Greg McMichael on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States Exhibit 302.
No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
They're showing you States 302. So Detective Marcy, when we're over here, what do we have at this location right here? And I'm
I
going
don't see the
to
mouse.
actually use my finger since the cursor's not working very well. What are we looking at here?
That's 220 Satilla Drive,
All right, and then down here, what do we have?
the McMichael's residence.
And so where do they go? Or where does Greg McMichael go?
Continuing straight, they go down Burford. They follow the turn at the very end past Mr. Bryant's house. And they follow the left up Zellwood. And follow that all the way around to Holmes Road where they then take another left.
And come down here?
Yes, ma'am. And this is where the incident concludes.
All right, so with regard to Burford Road, do you have any clear indication from Greg McMichael, due to your interview with him, how many times he went back and forth on this particular road?
We have, from his statements, the initial interaction where Mr. Arbery stops, turns, and runs the other way, and he follows on foot before getting back in the truck, and then the truck proceeding around to Zellwood to Holmes.
All right. And here, do you have any indication of him coming down here if they stopped at any point in time here to confront or yell at Mr. Arbery to stop?
From our interview, the only spot I'm familiar with is where they are finally stopped and the final incident occurs, where we have the red X at.
All right. I may have one moment. Your Honor, this time I will go ahead and pass the witness.
From the defense.
Ms. Dunikoski, could we put that back up? I don't know how to use that.
I can do it.
Thank you.
The last,
Thanks, Jason. Is it investigator or detective, Marcy?
Investigator.
Investigator.
Either way
Marcy.
works.
Now, we have only met just for about 5 minutes earlier today for the
Yes.
first time, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me introduce you to my wife and co-counsel, Laura Ho.
Ma'am.
She and I represent Greg McMichael, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to talk to you about 3 topics that you've covered today with the jury. And let's start with the suspicions that you and Greg McMichael talked about that he had regarding Ahmaud Arbery, okay? Ms. Dunikoski asked you on direct during your interview if he used the words burglary in connection with his suspicions about Mr. Arbery. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And she talked about, did he say he saw a burglary? And you said no, right? Yeah.
There's been a lot of questions. I'll take your
Sure.
word for it.
Well, the gist of it was to suggest that in your interview with Mr. McMichael, he's saying he's not using the word burglary or theft in connection with what he saw with his own eyes, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, you knew when you interviewed Mr. McMichael that he had been a law enforcement officer like you, right?
I knew he was an investigator with the district attorney's office.
And that meant that you knew that he knew something about probable cause and suspicions, and you were talking to him.
Cause for speculation on this officer's part as to what Mr. McMichael knew or didn't know.
Well, they talked about that in their interview.
Well, let's couch it in those terms as opposed to what he may think Mr. McMichael may have known.
All right, we'll get to what you two talked about then. So let's talk about those beliefs, and what I want to do, you got your transcript right there?
Yes, sir.
What I want to do is use that with you to provide some further context for the jury regarding the comments Greg McMichael made to you during that interview, okay?
Okay.
So let's start at page 8. And I want to start with you at line 13. I'll do the reading, and what you can do is just affirm for the jury that these words I'm reading to you are in fact the words on the transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are interviewing Greg McMichael, and there at line 13, he's saying to you, anyway, back, getting kind of ahead of myself, we were aware that there had been numerous entering autos and break-ins and such in the neighborhood going on for quite some time. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
Continuing. And of course, this guy what was on video was, logic tells you this guy may be the one that's doing it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, that would be a suspicion that he had. that this guy is the one doing it, referring to burglaries, break-ins, auto thefts, and that sort of thing, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Now go to page 11. And this is a bit longer part of the conversation. I'm going to read it with you. Again, there at the top of page 11, line 1, Greg McMichael is talking. It's just the two of you in the room at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, and you know, the first thing that comes to mind is this guy that's been breaking into this house down there that they got video, you know, may have been roaming the neighborhood and saw the thing. Now he's talking, when he says the house, this house down there that they got video, was it at that point you understood he was referring to the English house, the one at 220 Satilla Drive that was under construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's referring to video from that house, some of which we've seen here today during your testimony, right?
That was my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. Continuing on, you ask him, so this is not just this month it's been going on, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, oh, this has been going on, and the two dashes would suggest that sometimes you two interrupted each other. That's what a transcript says, right?
Yes, sir.
And so he says, oh, this has been going on, interruption, and you say, last month, this has been going on for months? So far, so good?
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, 4 months, yes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say, going back into 2019? Right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, oh, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And you say, by a good bit? And I guess what you mean by a good bit, going back a good bit
Yes, sir.
from February 23, 2020, when this interview's happening. That's what that meant, right?
Yes, sir.
And he answers, yeah, so anyway, so now we've got a missing weapon and the possibility in my mind that the guy that's been breaking in down the road there may have that weapon. That's what he's telling you he's thinking, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say to him, possibility, and that's your subjective opinion? And that's right, that's what you asked him, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, that's my, just a hunch. I was a cop for 30 years, you know. And you say, right.
Yes, sir.
And then he says, and then you're interrupt and say, was a hunch but a lead, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, right, exactly.
Yes, sir.
And continuing on, page 12. And you said, we've got that intuition. Now by we, you're talking to him saying we police officers, not you and me personally perhaps, but
Correct, just law enforcement
we law
and in
enforcement.
general.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We've got that intuition, and he says to you exactly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say, I'm on the same page as you, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he says, all right, so I'm out there minding my own business, doing my upholstery job, and I look up, I hear it, I guess I hear it, I don't know. Anyway, I look up, here comes this guy hauling ass, and he's told you the story now. This is the first time through, but he goes through it a few times with you, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, he ain't out for no pleasant Sunday jog. He's got it hooked up. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
Like something's on his ass. I don't see anybody chasing him or anything, but I mean, he came out and I watched him, and of course, when he came by, I got a really good look at him, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And then he describes short pants. Every time we see him on the video, has short pants on, has black t-shirt on, but white t-shirt, he says.
Yes, sir.
Apparently correcting himself. and he's got short dreads, okay? So, I mean, it's the same guy. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, continuing on with the same topic of suspicions, go to page 24. And we'll start at line 15. Are you with me?
I'm there.
Okay, but 14, just to get the context, he says, but he, referring to this person he suspects, who turns out to be Mr. Arbery, he keeps going back over and over and over again to this damn house. And he's talking, that is Greg McMichael's talking to you. This is still in the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus, we've had numerous entering autos and other burglaries and thefts out of yards and that sort of thing throughout the neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know he'd be a prime suspect. And he's saying a suspect in his mind. He's telling you that that's what he's thinking.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then he goes on to tell you, but anyway, Diego...
The next section does not fall under the rule of completeness as it relates to the upper portion of this section, Judge. The state would object.
It does complete the context. I can show it to the court if you'd like. It'll be lines 19 through 25.
Starting at but anyway, right?
Pardon?
Starting at but anyway?
Line 19,
Yeah, okay.
yes, to 25, the end of the page.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain it. It looks like it just transitions into the topic that is necessary for completeness on the statement above, so it's sustained. That last paragraph from 18 or 19 down, that just goes into a different area.
Different from Mr. McMichael's suspicions of who the person is that he's just seen run past.
Yeah, that's what I just ruled on. There appears to be a transition there into a different thought, so I'm sustaining it based on what I'm reading from that portion of the transcript that I can see.
You know, I'd like to defend my argument that this is in context of his identification of the person he suspects. And without reading any of it, it simply goes into his description of the person he saw as matching the videos that he'd seen.
I understand. I've read it, I've taken it, I've looked at it, and I've ruled on it.
Okay. All right, let's go to page 43. And we're going to start at line 23. And it's still you, Investigator Marcy, talking with Mr. Greg McMichael, still in the interview room. And at line 23, he's telling you, but we got a missing weapon. We got a guy who breaks in, you know, this house down here. You with me?
Yes, sir.
And that's what he was telling you, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's probably, I think, if you'll check with them, I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy's broken into as well, and entering autos. There's been all kinds of damn shit stolen, That's what he says to you.
Yes, sir.
And then you say to him, we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in that neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
And dump mean investigate.
Go through our records system. Yes, sir.
And he says, yeah, and you say, and see if we, and then he interrupts you. And then he says, but anyway, in my mind, there's a good possibility this guy's armed. That was my thought process and my intention. And I know it was my son's as well, was to stop this guy so that he could be arrested or be identified at the very least.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Now, the state also asked you on this section right here if they ever stopped chasing and just went home when they read for you on, or you read on page 45, line 6, where Mr. McMichael's telling you they are yelling at him to stop, and Greg McMichael says to you he wasn't having none of that. In other words, it didn't look like he was going to comply and stop at all, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go back to the previous page at line 14. That's page 44, line 14. And this is in the same context. And Mr. McMichael says to you, you know, if he had turned around and said, hey man, I'm, you know, Joe, I live around the corner, and you know, I'm just out running, you know, it would have been a whole different ball game. He's telling you that?
Yes, sir.
But there,
What page are we on?
44, line 14.
Thank you.
It would have been a whole different ballgame, and there was no doubt, especially his actions. When we would get up next to him, I mean, you know, I was as close from here to the wall from him. Now the wall, you're in a small interview room, and the wall is just a few feet from you, right?
Yeah, you could just touch it.
It's that close.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the back of the pickup truck, and you know, he has no intention of stopping.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And then let's flip over on the same topic to page 65. Now this is when investigator Noe Healy has come into the room, and the two of you are now talking briefly with Mr. McMichael. You remember that part when he showed up?
Let me get there with you.
Page 65, and I'll start at line 7.
I'm gonna object. I'm objecting based on the fact that this is a suggestion by Officer Noe-Hilly, and it has nothing to do with the sections around it. And it's not the words of Greg McMichael, it's Greg McMichael agreeing with something Investigator Noe-Hilly's putting out there on page 65.
Well, that's not exactly accurate. You would like to see it, Your Honor?
No, because it sounds like it goes to Wade anyway. I mean, you can go ahead and redirect it and
Okay.
clarify.
Okay, so Investigator Marcy, we're at page 65, line 7. And Noe-Hilly's come into the room with you and Mr. McMichael. You remember that?
Yes, sir. I don't believe this is me. I believe this is a typo on who was speaking. The
Oh, it's a
words are
typo?
correct, but the typo saying Investigator Marcy versus Investigator Noe-Hilly, I believe this is a typo on the investigator.
What line are you talking about?
10.
Where it says Investigator Marcy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're saying that's a typo, it should be Investigator Noe-Hilly?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were there?
This time I was downloading the phones.
All right, so you're saying that the transcript is inaccurate here, and that it should have said Investigator Noe-Hilly.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, the state asked you early on if you had reviewed the transcript,
Yes, sir.
and asked you if it was an accurate account of Mr. McMichael's words while he was in that interview room?
The words are correct, the spoken words are correct, but
Okay.
the investigator identity is, typo is mistaken there.
All right, and this is your interview with Mr. McMichael, so we'll continue. And we'll just do the part where Mr. McMichael is talking. And for context, the subject we're talking about is,
Objection. First off, I believe the page we're on, Detective Marcy is not even in the room, so going into this right now, when Hilly's in the room, talking to Greg Michael would be inappropriate.
yeah, if I can defend, the transcript says Investigator Marcy. And we received this in discovery from the state. And as you know, Your Honor, we've talked about with the state what parts can be read. And I'm looking at an agreement in yellow highlighted that this is a part that can be read. And I can show it to the court.
No, I don't doubt it, but the investigator has indicated that he wasn't present for it. So I'm not sure,
Well-
even with the mistake in the there's a way to work around that, but if he wasn't present for it,
Well, I didn't know. I just saw his name, and I just found out right now that he's saying that's not him. So I'm learning that right now. So if there's a way around it, other than me just asking him, are these the words in the transcript Mr. McMichael said on a videotaped interview that he's reviewed? That would be the way to work around it, in my view.
well, the state's made an objection, so.
Yes. This transcript was created by the state and approved and proofread by the defense before it was ever handed to this detective, first off. Secondly, yeah, there's a typo. The state agrees that this is not Investigator Marcy. That's wrong. I don't know why none of the lawyers ever caught this.
Ms. Donkowski, hold on just a second, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please have you take a step outside.
All right, for jury. Please be seated.
Is No Hilly going to be testifying?
Yes, he's the next witness. That's why I didn't know if there was a problem.
Well, I didn't know he was the next witness. If that's the case, I can do it with him. I didn't know it was not him till just now.
My apologies, Your Honor. Ms. Donikowski informed me that O'Healy would be the next witness. Over the lunch break, I forgot to notify Mr. Hogue. My apologies.
Okay.
You don't have to tell me who their witnesses are. I'm cool with that.
Thank you for falling on your sword, Mr. Goff. Unnecessary at this point. We live to talk another day. Okay.
Well, if that's the case, I'll just wait and do it with him then. Just that one little section is all I was going to do. Unless, knowing that I would do that, would it be a problem just to do it with him? If so, I'll do it with No Hilly.
Please do it with No Hilly. That's
Okay, I'll do it with No Hilly. And I've just got one more area with Investigator Marcy, and I'll be done with him.
Okay. Figured it could be solved. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, appreciate your patience when we have these short breaks, but we've resolved what we need to resolve, and I believe we're ready to continue.
All right, Investigator Marcy, thank you for that correction. That's not you, that's No Hilly, who's talking at this point on page 65, correct?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, I thought we were missing one.
Oh, I'm sorry, that seat's blocked. Yes. Thank you.
We have one more juror.
All right, we're back on.
Okay, Investigator Marcy, we were just establishing that it was No Hilly and not you, page 65, where I was just about to ask you about a portion of the testament or the statement by Mr. McMichael, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and I just learned that No Hilly's the next witness, so you and I are going to skip this and go to a different area. So I want to go to page 35. This is the last topic I'm going to cover with you.
Yes, sir.
Now, page 35, starting at line 21. Now, this is part of what you testified to on direct. The statement that Mr. McMichael said to you that the state brought out, that he was in the back of the truck with his 357, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to read, because they went down to line 25 where he says, "I said stop, you know, I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I was trying to convey to this guy, we're not playing, you know." You remember talking about that earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want you to go back and read silently to yourself lines 21 down to 25, and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to go over to page 36, line 3, and I'm going to go ahead and add out loud 2 more lines. Mr. McMichael's saying to you, well, the guy, I'm trying to...
Objection. This is not part of the rule of completeness. This does not go with the section just read.
It does, Your Honor. I can show it to you.
Yeah, let's see what you got.
You want to see it?
Yep.
It's just the part I have highlighted in yellow.
Can you give me 35?
Yeah, it's just that part that I've highlighted in yellow.
Right, but the previous, just so I understand where we are.
Yeah, 35.
I
That's
do.
34.
It's 34.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is 35 and 36. I'm objecting to what's on 36.
I know, he asked me
Correct.
for 34.
Oh, okay.
So I just gave it to him.
So it was just, what was just read and came off of 34.
You see the dark yellow?
Yep.
That's what the state read, and then the lighter yellow on those two lines.
I'd
is
say,
what
all right,
I'm
I thought you were
telling
dovetailing in from prior. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's fine. That's overruled.
So Investigator Marcy, he overruled that.
So I'm still confused. Which part?
It's just, it's two lines as I understand.
Remove that, and then remove that to himself.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we're at 36. This is right after this statement we just heard. I was trying to convey to this guy, we're not playing, you know. And then he says to you, well, the guy, I'm trying to think what happened next. It was a blur. See that?
Yes, sir.
Now, what I want you to do, so we can talk about the context of this statement about blowing his head off, is read from line 4 to line 15 silently, and let me know when you're done.
I'm there.
You good?
Yep.
Oh, you're a fast reader. Okay, good. Now, given everything you've just read, some to yourself and some out loud, beginning on page 35, line 20, all the way down to 36, line 16, and adding to that what we see up on this board that you said earlier, where the red bubble with the white X in it
Yes, sir.
is the spot on Holmes Road where the truck was stopped and the encounter with Mr. Arbery occurred when the shooting happened,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's the only place on Holmes Road that you were aware from your interview with Greg McMichael that they'd had any contact with Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
right? So now, in light of that and what you just read here, this comment about stop, blowing his head off, would have occurred right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're aware from the case that also right there at that same place, at that same time, Mr. McMichael is standing in the back of his pickup truck, his son's pickup truck, with a cell phone to his ear talking to 911 in those final seconds before the fatal encounter with Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of all that?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, would you not, that if a person is remembering or trying to remember the exact words he said, that the best source to know what he said would be a recording of it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second, investigating.
Council needs to move, and one of the other council, I can't see the board, but council needs to move. They're welcome to do so. If we could just make sure that we don't block any of the jurors.
And we have a challenge here of getting everything in view for everybody, and I will do the best that I can to make it happen. One of the things I wanted just to make sure that I'm on the same page with you is, as you were taking some questions from Mr. Hoag, I was taking.
Hold on, sir. You just give her room to get past you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I can't see any of this stuff. Thank you.
You're not going to be able to see it if I move it over here, are you? No.
We'll bring it back later.
Can't read that this far away anyway.
Okay, it's small, right, that's fine. Okay, but I want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you about your testimony, and so I was taking some notes, and just to the extent that I've gotten my note-taking right, you were talking a lot about generally and very specifically the conversation that you had with Greg McMichael, right?
Correct.
And we were talking in that conversation about how Mr. McMichael was talking with you on the subject of crime in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that there were entering autos and burglaries and break-ins, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that it had been going on for months, even far back as 2019.
Yes, sir.
The missing weapon and Mr. McMichael's concern or fear that Mr. Arbery may have had that weapon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That Mr. Arbery was the same guy.
Yes, sir.
Who over and over and over and over again went into the house, the prime suspect, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was also some discussion about what Mr. Greg McMichael was at least doing out there that day.
Yes,
right?
sir.
To stop this guy, right?
Yes, sir.
To stop him. Meaning, if you were to open that door and you were to come out and I stopped you, that's what you understand Mr. Greg McMichael meant. To stop this guy, to prevent him from leaving.
Yes, sir.
So that he could be arrested.
Yes, sir.
Figure out who he is, identified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The discussion that you had with Mr. McMichael also dealt a little bit more generally with theft about where in the neighborhood it had been happening. You recall discussing with him that the thefts had been happening throughout the neighborhood.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So to say throughout, we have several streets, as you can see from the map up here, and I've got a little bit bigger of a map here. But the streets that you understand to be in the neighborhood are Satilla Drive,
Yes, sir.
Burford,
Yes, sir.
Zellwood,
Yes, sir.
Holmes,
Yes, sir.
and Jones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, when talking with Greg McMichael, we're talking about crime that was happening throughout the entire neighborhood, right?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember the word throughout. That's why there's the pause, but
That's
I
fine. And
believe
it's
so.
on, if you want to check it,
I
it's
would.
page 24, line 17.
Yep. Thank you
Okay.
for that.
Great, no problem. And you understood that not only was it happening in homes, but it was also homes as in people's residences, but
Yes,
that it
sir.
was happening out of their cars as well.
Yes, sir.
Objection, form of question. That's not what this officer understands. It's what Greg Michael said to this officer.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and couch it in terms of
Yeah, that's what
transfer.
he said to you.
Yes, sir.
Which then you incorporated into your brain to think about what's happening in this neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also were told that these crimes were happening not just at night, but in the middle of the day.
Yes, sir.
That is a specific thing that you know as an officer, that a lot of crimes happen in the middle of the day,
Yes.
including burglaries.
Crimes doesn't matter what time of day it
It doesn't
is.
matter what time. You're familiar that burglaries occur a lot during the middle of the day,
Yes, sir.
okay? Even on Sunday,
Even on Sunday.
especially on Sunday.
Even on,
Even on Sunday.
Even on
Okay. So the issue is that as you're beginning to get this information from Mr. Greg McMichael, is it true that you're doing so that you can get an idea of what has been going on in the neighborhood in generally about crime in the neighborhood?
yes, sir.
Okay. So that you can then, as you're investigating this case, try to figure out what exactly happened on February 23rd.
Yes, sir.
What it was that Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were doing out there that day, right? Why
sir.
were they out there that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Also, because Mr. Arbery is involved in this perceived conflict, you, as you step into this case, are trying to figure out why Mr. Arbery is in the neighborhood that day,
Yes, sir.
right? So in trying to step into a case like this, an investigation like this, you want to try to figure out what is in the minds of these three people, Mr. Arbery and the two McMichaels.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of your inquiry is, what is Mr. Arbery doing in 220 Satilla,
Yes, sir.
right? Like, what's the purpose for him being there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things that you have learned over the years is how to conduct an interview of a witness.
Yes, sir.
And in your training, you have had some class instruction on how to do that, right?
Yes.
So you were asked initially if you were post-certified.
Yes, sir.
In your post-certifications, you have a large classroom portion of your training that deals with interviewing witnesses.
I've had advanced training, basics a little light on the subject.
Okay.
But I've had interview and interrogations through state of Georgia, as well as interview techniques through FLETC.
Okay. These are multiple classes
Yes, sir.
just on the subject of how to ask a person about what happened during a volatile situation.
Essentially, yes, sir.
Right. Interrogation being maybe trying to get the person to
A little more
admit something.
accusatory, a little higher tempo. Yes, sir.
Okay. But in terms of talking with witnesses, you have become accustomed to witnesses who have been in the middle of a violent situation
Yes, sir.
or a situation that has been very unsettling or upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that even though people may be, some of them smarter than others or stronger than others or have greater emotional fortitude, that a traumatic situation can cause anybody to have difficulty in talking about what just happened to them?
Absolutely.
Okay. So in a situation, the teaching that you have is really how to lead that person through the interview.
I'd be careful in the word lead, as in I don't want
It's a term
to
of
give
art.
them.
It's a
Yeah, I
term
don't
of
want
art.
to give them
You're right.
the answers.
If the witness can answer the question before being interrupted?
Yeah, let him ask the question.
As simple as that. Lead. I don't want to lead them through and give them the answers, but guide, direct. Maybe being a softer term for the same thing. Keep them focused on one topic and then move to the next topic.
Right.
So we're not, trying to deal with everything at once, but one bite of the apple at a time.
Right. It's easy to pick up when a person is getting kind of off track and is kind of all over the place.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what you may do is you may say, hold on one second, let's go back to what you were just talking about. And not tell them the answer, but lead them through a set of or series of questions that'll help them break it down for you.
Yes, sir.
And you really control that.
I try to, unless they're going. If they're on a track, let them go.
Right. So as an example in this case, where Greg McMichael says, we've had burglaries, break-ins, and auto thefts all over this neighborhood. That's something that is recorded, and it's now maintained as the record of what he said.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But it would be on you to say, hold on, let's talk about the burglaries first, right?
Yes, sir. In general, we're going to try to figure that out.
Okay, and then you could say, just starting with the burglaries, where was it?
Correct?
Okay, and go through it step by step, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing with auto break-ins,
Yes, sir.
right? You could ask Mr. Greg McMichael, whose auto got broken into? Do you have information? Could you give me the name of that person? Because I'd like to follow up on it. That's something you could ask him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to the extent that Greg McMichael is all over the map sometimes in this conversation, you certainly have the ability to slow him down and get him to answer specific questions that may clear up confusion in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By the end of this conversation that you had with him, though, you were clear that Mr. McMichael had formed a belief
that Mr. Arbery was the person responsible for breaking into this house down the street,
Referring to 220 Satilla?
220 Satilla.
Yes, sir.
And that Mr. McMichael was under the belief that there had been a burglary by Mr. Ahmaud Arbery in that house.
Objection. Former question. In addition, it calls for this officer's, you were under the belief that, he's under the belief that this is what's going on is inappropriate. We're talking about the words of Greg McMichael right now, not what this officer believes he believes.
Well, it's important, I think, Your Honor, to allow this officer to talk about how he went through his investigations and the decisions that he made. And part of this is him, like he said, determining what was going on. What was Greg McMichael doing that day? What was Mr. Arbery doing in the house that day? For this officer, I think it's important to show that he had made some conclusions as part of his investigation that I think is going to lead to some of the additional things that he did in the case.
Well, then you need to rephrase the question. What these statements are by Greg McMichael. You can ask him what he did next. If that then leads you there, then maybe, but not the way it's currently asked, so it's sustained.
All right. So once you got the information, Greg expressed to you his belief
Yes, sir.
that Mr. Arbery was committing thefts inside that home.
Objection. That is not what Greg McMichael said at all. And paraphrasing this is inappropriate. Either specifically what Greg McMichael said, but to paraphrase it this way is outside, that's for the jury to determine.
Well, I can rephrase it even more specifically.
Well, let's keep to what he actually stated. It's
Okay.
sustained.
Thank you. Greg McMichael told you that Mr. Arbery was the prime suspect of the burglaries that he believed were committed in 220 Satilla.
Taking the full context of the conversation, yes, sir.
Yeah, he used those words,
Yeah,
prime suspect.
he did.
Okay. Now, you then went to gather some additional information or look into Ahmaud Arbery, did you not?
In what way? Like video from out there, yes.
So you gather, well, there's an objection, so I'll pause.
Objection. Objection to where we're going with this. This is not about Ahmaud Arbery. This is the statements of Greg McMichael.
Your Honor, this officer has done more than just take statements of Greg McMichael. This officer is one of the main investigators in the case. I don't understand why we're not allowed to go into other things that he's done.
Well, probably depends on what else he's done, but
I'm going to go
sure
very
the counsel
generally.
is aware of the evidence in the case and will ask an appropriate question.
Okay.
At this point, all I've heard is the beginning of it.
Okay. So in terms of you trying to figure out what was going on that day, and Mr. Ahmaud Arbery, you did some investigation into Ahmaud Arbery.
I gathered video from Mr. English and spoke to Mr. Olson about video
Okay. To see how many additional times Mr. Arbery may have been in that residence.
to gather video from the 23rd,
Yeah.
February 23rd, 2020.
Okay. Did you become aware of Mr. Arbery being inside 220 Satilla on other occasions than February 23rd?
I did through other investigators and the media.
Okay, well, let's not talk about what the media did, but as an investigator, don't you rely on the subpart investigations of other
Absolutely.
investigators in a case?
Yes, sir.
And that sort of information flows up the chain to investigators like yourself?
Yes, sir.
To inform you
Yes, sir.
of what's happened in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had become aware of other videos wherein Mr. Arbery was in 220 Satilla Shores at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you yourself have been inside 220 Satilla Shores at night?
Yes, sir.
You went out there to kind of take a look around to see what it looked like, right?
Yes, sir.
And so when you go into 220 Satilla Shores at night, there are no working lights inside the residence at that point,
No, sir.
right? There's a street light that throws a little bit of light that way, but other than that, that's the only light.
That's it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you then walked the entire property at night to determine everything that was there that could be seen, right?
Yes, sir.
When you did that, there was not a boat being kept inside the boat garage.
No, sir.
Okay, that had been removed when you did that.
I recall the boat being at the lift.
Okay, off, not inside the house.
Not inside the house, no,
There's
sir.
another boat back on the left.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
can stop.
Yeah, we can start right now.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back for continuation of the evidence in 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, for the jury, please. Please be seated.
All right, we'll take 15 minutes. I can't remember what the title is, detective, investigator?
Investigator.
Investigator, thank you. You can go ahead and step down. I remind you that you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony during the break with anybody.
Yes, sir.
All right, you'll be back in about 50, well, in, let's say 10 minutes, and that way we can get everybody placed. Okay, thank you. So I'm missing Mr. Rubin. This thing got louder. All right, back on. All right, got all the defendants, most of counsel. Mr. Rubin, any idea where Mr. Rubin may be? Okay. Before we get started, Mr. Goff.
I was just giving the court a heads up. I had brought up the Veterans Day issue before. Under OCGA 1-4-1, we contend that Veterans Day is dies non juridicus. It's a non-judicial day when court can't be conducted. Now, there is an 1888 Georgia Supreme Court case that would beg to differ, Hughes v. Sears or Hamer v. Sears. However, under federal law, it is apparently an open question, although you can't raise it in habeas. Hudson v. Edge, 218 U.S. District Lexus 105463. Since the Hamer case was decided in 1888, which seems to be what a few cases since then go back to, the federal law, I think, has changed with respect to the Establishment Clause of the Constitution. It would seem that either all of the holidays are not judicial days or none of them are. You can't single out Sunday as opposed to the others. So I'm going to suggest that the court reconsider that issue. And in the alternative, and I'll try and get more information for tomorrow, maybe starting later or having a half day, allowing jurors to attend Veterans Day services in the morning. There's usually one downtown. Just throwing that out there to the court. I would also add, from a purely selfish perspective, if we're going to be in court for a month straight, I think all the parties, maybe even potentially the court, might want a half day or a day off during that period of time to take care of things. I know I was able to get to the dry cleaners this morning, but I have no shirts to wear on Friday unless I can get back there tomorrow. I'm just suggesting that the court consider, in addition to the legal argument, the practical argument that a day between now and Thanksgiving or a half day is going to be essential to everyone. I'm sure there are people in Savannah that might even like to see you during business day, but just bringing that up.
Take that all under consideration. All right. Mr. Sheffield, ready to go? All right. Got all the defendants represented by counsel. Let's go ahead and get the panel. Thank goodness.
Cedric, we need you to come back.
I mean, I'm tangled up in cords. Mark's close enough to her to help.
All rise for the jury, please.
I feel like if we shine a that light, Cedric will appear.
He is monitoring.
I know he is. So Cedric, we need you.
Please be seated.
We've got our count right. We've made sure of that.
All right, good.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence. Mr. Sheffield.
Investigator, when you were talking with Greg Did you at all get him to draw a map of Satilla Shores for you to kind of explain what he was doing?
We used Google Maps, and then I did a rough sketch myself. He didn't do it.
Okay. Did you draw a map?
I drew the roads as we're looking at them here, and then had little tick marks showing which way they went.
Okay,
Yes,
do
sir.
you have that with you?
No, sir.
Did he mark on it, or did he just talk to you and you kind of drew lines and asked him if this was correct?
He talked to me, and I drew the lines.
Okay, all right, very good. You did not take him out to the neighborhood to walk it with him or ask him to demonstrate anything to you out in the neighborhood, though, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. I think when you said you saw Travis back in the headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did not do any interview of him, just saw that he had come down to be interviewed by Investor No-Hill, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you said when you saw him, he was still covered in blood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was just waiting to be interviewed or to be talked to?
He had gotten brought in by Officer Lewis, and when we saw how he presented with his clothing and blood, he asked to be able to clean up. I called Sergeant Oliver and Investigator Lowry, who were down at the scene, and asked them about that. They gave the go-ahead. We went and photographed to show the state he was in when he brought up here,
Right.
and then allowed him to change.
Okay. He was, otherwise, he was just very quiet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the photographs that you showed us, I want to put it even a closer one. This right here is an injury to the back of his head. That's after let me just rephrase, that's after he's been wiped down with alcohol, is that correct?
This is after he's been able to clean up,
Right.
but before I brought the alcohol pad to him at the beginning of Greg McMichael's interview.
Okay.
And I don't know what that actually is. I didn't
Okay.
document what the mark is.
All right. All we can say for sure is this is what's left after he's cleaned himself up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's there on the back of his head, and then here's what's left after he's cleaned himself on his front left arm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Now, do you have any experience with Satilla Shores, the neighborhood itself?
From time on patrol, I've answered a few calls in there and then just rode through on occasion.
Okay. Have you come to learn the makeup of the neighborhood in terms of, like old retirees live there? Are you aware of those kind of details?
I'd be assuming.
Oh, okay. We don't want you to do that. So you've not taken it upon yourself to kind of figure out the age of the people or the families or single people versus married people, that kind of thing?
No, sir. I have the experience with I've been in there for 8 calls that Spillman logs. And so I know the demographics on those 8 individual houses I've been to, and then this case. But past that, I don't know the demographic breakdown, finances, anything like
Got
that.
it. So you yourself have gone to 8 specific calls in that neighborhood
Yes, sir.
over 18, 19, and 20?
Since 2015, when we switched over to Spillman system, and I can search Spillman
Okay.
that way.
So we talked a little bit about this system, but
Yes.
essentially there is a system for Glenn County that keeps track of the calls that come in particular areas, all the way down to the address of
Yes,
the
sir.
call. Okay. And the call type is something that's determined by the operator that takes the call. Is that correct?
Generally, and then it can be changed later. So if something's unfounded and it was listed armed robbery, but it turned out to be a problem with person, the officer can change it later
Okay.
if appropriate.
All right. And it's essentially just based on what the citizen says that's calling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one of the things that we started to talk about was you went into 220 Satilla to take a look around at night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because, is it fair to say you did that because Greg McMichael was telling you what he believed Mr. Arbery was doing in that residence?
Yes, sir. And overall for the case, but
Right.
generally,
So
yes, sir.
it's what by going there, you are looking to determine or to try to understand that somebody may have entered that dwelling with the intent to take something.
We're going in to get a picture, get an idea of what the structure is, what's inside of it. So all facets, not just theft, but also, you know, what state is it in? Is there anything obviously stolen? Is there anything obviously not stolen, you know, completely void? We went in for all those reasons.
Okay, but one of those reasons is to determine if this is a dwelling or a structure that somebody could go in there to steal stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the idea is you've been told about break-ins.
Yes, sir.
That doesn't require something to get broken. You don't have to kick a door or break a window to make a break-in.
No, it's commonly used for just going in, entering, yeah.
Burglary, don't have to actually steal something, it's just entering with the intent to steal something.
Objection at this time. This is the law that the court is going to give the jury to ask this officer, or actually to have Mr. Sheffield testify to what the law is and ask this officer to agree with it as inappropriate.
Objection inappropriate, I don't think is a legal objection. The reason I'm asking these questions, though, is because he's investigating, and I want to understand the way he's investigating and the decisions that he's making. So I'm asking him to help me understand that he's going in there to determine whether or not a burglary or some type of intent to enter to steal. That's all.
Okay, well, it's the relevance of defining, that's really the objection. So, well, you don't need to argue with me either. So it's actually sustainable relevance. As the court has already instructed the panel a number of times, the law will be given to you from the court. And again, what lawyers say is not testimony or evidence in the case. Couched in those terms, you can ask him what he thinks, but let's not go ahead and define it for him.
Okay. So when you're trying to, what are you trying to figure out when you've been told that somebody committed a burglary?
Objection. Facts not in evidence. Nobody's told him that anybody committed a burglary. And so therefore, especially that day, to ask him about this is facts not in evidence, and counsel's trying to testify.
You were told that somebody committed a burglary, weren't you?
I was told he was going in there repeatedly and break-ins was used, burglaries was used for the neighborhood throughout.
On solid
It's
ground?
sustained because that's Mr. McMichael's statement, and he's already testified that he did not follow up on that. So it's sustained.
Okay. You did not follow up to try to determine if a burglary had been committed at 220?
Objection. Once again, formal question, on what day?
He's already testified to what he did, and you've asked him, it was either you or
I don't know why
Mr.
I'm so confused here, Judge. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm following.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take a step outside.
Yeah, don't move on.
Please do.
Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, sir.
You can agree or disagree with this court. That is your prerogative. But to act in the way that you just did in front of this panel, disrespect, I don't care whether you like my rulings or not, or you like me or not, but in this court, the Superior Court, it is axiomatic that counsel show at least respect for what the court is doing. And what you just did shows a lack of respect for what the court is trying to do here, which is create an environment which is fair to all parties. I would suggest that you take a moment to think about that. I'm going to step off the bench because I found that, I'll just call it rude, all right? I have tolerated a number of things in the courtroom, including, flip charts, writing in the middle of, the jury gets distracted when you were doing the flip charts here, jumping up and moving the boards. I would suggest that you temper some of that very quickly, because it will not be tolerated in this court, and I will leave it at that. I do not need an explanation. I do not need an apology, none of that. But I would suggest that we take a moment and think about the way that you're reacting to the court's instructions and rulings. We're in recess. Thank you.
seat, please.
You said it was what number? 115.
Got it figured out, Cedric?
While we're doing this, may I just perfect the record on one thing, Your
Yeah,
Honor?
we're back on. All defendants present represented by counsel. Go ahead.
During my cross-examination of Investigator Marcy, who is still here in the courtroom, I had begun to direct him to transcript page 24, line 19 through 25. And that drew an objection. I can't recall the basis of the objection. And I handed the transcript of that section to the court, and then the court sustained the objection. I'm good with all that. All I want to do now is read for the record what it was I was going to have. Otherwise, it's not in the record. So I just want to proffer what I was going
transcript's in the record.
Pardon me?
The transcript's in the record.
Transcript's in the record.
Oh, it is?
Transcript
Okay.
in.
Very good. So,
Just page and line.
pardon me?
Let's just go page and line.
Yeah, it's page 24, lines 19 through 25. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we got everybody. All right, witnesses on stand. Let's go get the panel.
All rise with the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in the case. Mr. Sheffield.
We were talking earlier about the video, and you were helping us kind of understand what you were looking at.
Yes, sir.
What you were interpreting in the video. I just wanted to make sure that I understood a couple of points from that. Starting here right at around 2:08:25 is when we see Mr. Arbery come into the frame.
Yes, sir.
And what we understand about this is that he's walking,
Based on his gait, yes, sir.
okay? He's walking up to 220 Satilla Shores, the house under construction,
Yes, sir.
and now he's standing in the yard with his hands on his hips, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? He's looking around, and then he goes into the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in a minute, we're going to see Matt Albenzi come up into the frame. And is it your understanding, there we see Mr. Arbery now walking into the larger garage. Do you see where he does that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In a minute, we're going to see Matt Albenzi come up here at the top of the screen. And he's going to kind of make an appearance there between those two trees. And that's where he makes his phone call to 911. That's what you understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he does that, he is literally standing right in front of 220 Satilla Shores.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever go and speak with Mr. Albenzi?
Yes, sir.
You did. And so from Mr. Albenzi, you have learned kind of that he was there to make this 911 call, that he had spotted Mr. Arbery come up to the house when he was in his yard chipping wood. Is that right?
I don't recall what he was doing as far as the referencing chipping wood.
Objection, this calls for hearsay. Mr. Albenzi has not testified yet, so what you've learned from your interview with him at this point in time would be hearsay.
Well, I won't offer it for the truth, Your Honor, just to inform this officer as he's moving through his investigation. And
Objection, that
making
workaround
decisions.
hearsay is not a workaround hearsay, it's hearsay.
It's still hearsay. I understand Mr. Albenzi, though, will be available as a witness.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, well, it's sustained, but let's move forward. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not offering it for the truth, so it's not hearsay. So I'm not sure if you're allowing me to proceed under that umbrella. Okay, very good. Okay, thanks. So as we're seeing the video, essentially, let me get the one with the house numbers on. .220 Satilla Shores is located right here. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And essentially, 220 Satilla Shores comes to the intersection of Jones Road and Satilla Shores. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now that we got the house number down, let me go to the bigger map. And what we understand, what you understand, is that Mr. Albenzi lives down here on Jones Road, and he simply walked down to the corner of Jones and Satilla,
Yes, sir.
where 220 Satilla is located.
Yes, sir.
Okay, coming down Jones to Satilla, okay? And that's where he stands and makes his phone call to 911.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in a moment, we're going to see Mr. Arbery run out of the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in a moment, what we're going to see is that Mr. Albenzi is actually going to come further out into the street in front of 220 Satilla.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then, as we see him now, he's going to walk down the street towards Greg McMichael's home,
Yes, sir.
which is further up Satilla Drive. So if 220's here, you know it goes by twos, so 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's walking from in front of 220 up into the direction of Greg McMichael's house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he does that, and we see it through another video, Mr. Diego's video that you were able to collect, when he comes up closer to 230, he goes like this.
Yes, sir.
See when he does that?
Yes, sir.
Kind of indicating that way.
Yes, sir.
And you understand, do you not, that he was communicating to Greg McMichael?
Objection calls for speculation as to what anyone was doing. And for this officer to speculate that Mr. Albenzi is communicating to anyone, speculation is the objection. Relevancy is also the objection.
The speculation, it would be, he was told it, so he wouldn't have to speculate about it, and it's relevant because it's a communicative signal to Greg McMichael, who he interviewed about what he did that day and why he did it.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
I'm not.
It's sustained. We've got Mr. McMichael's testimony on what he thought happened.
Right.
So, no, it's sustained.
Okay.
You're asking this witness to speculate on it.
Okay. Greg McMichael told you that he observed Albenze?
I don't recall that. Do we have a, you have a page for? Do you have a page
No,
for
I'm
this
just
one?
asking you.
No, sir, I don't recall
I
that.
don't recall that. Okay, that's fair. All right, let me move to another area lastly. We talked briefly, and I'm going to get just back on track with it. One of the things that you said about this data system that collects calls is that a person will call in with a problem, and that will get a call label.
Yes, sir.
One of those call labels is suspicious person,
Yes, sir.
okay? And a suspicious person label can really mean a lot of things in
Yes,
your
sir.
experience.
Yes, sir.
If a homeowner is calling about a suspicious person, that could be somebody who's on their property, a trespasser, right?
Yes, sir.
Or somebody that they're concerned about where they are and what they're doing, essentially.
Yes, sir.
Whether that turns into a break-in or a burglary or an assault or whatever it turns into later, a lot of things begin with suspicious persons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you attempt to determine the number of those types of calls for Satilla Shores at any point in time?
I'm sorry. Objection.
Well, let's see where this did. If he did, then let's figure out
Yeah,
in what
that's all I'm asking.
context.
Thank you. Did you attempt to determine the number of suspicious persons calls in the neighborhood?
Working with the GBI, we ran reports, and then with me I have a list of all the calls for a time period in Satilla Shores.
And is that something you did pursuant to your relationship or working with the GBI?
The list here is from the prosecutor in this case. This particular work I have here was a request from her that we brought up earlier today.
Okay, okay. Other than what the state has asked you to do here, did you take, after speaking with Greg McMichael, take it upon yourself to look up, or were you asked to look up the number of suspicious calls?
For Greg, I looked up calls related specifically to 220 Satilla.
Okay,
And then when the GBI was looking for data, I assisted the case agent with getting CAD reports, written reports, and handed them over to the GBI. I don't have those
that's
stats
okay. I
before
just
me.
wondered if that's something that you did.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, very good. So you were assisting, and that was continuing into the months after February 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, you could get calls for specific things like a burglary. That could be literally the type of a call that you get.
Yes, sir.
Or you could get a trespass call.
Yes, sir.
You could get something called extra watch.
Yes, sir.
Extra watch is when the police are asked to come out and kind of have a presence in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. It can be a broad spectrum of a whole neighborhood needs some extra watch, or a particular residence. They're asking for a little bit more law enforcement riding by, getting out, talking to a store clerk, stuff like that.
To try to show presence in the neighborhood to deter crime,
Yes, sir.
and to try to follow up on some maybe suspicious activity that people have noted in the neighborhood over a period of time.
It wouldn't be as much of a follow-up if you ran into something great. Otherwise, it's just an extra presence.
A problem person, that's another type of call that you get.
Yes, sir.
That's just dealing with somebody saying, I got a person out here and it's causing me a problem, whatever that problem might be.
Yes, sir.
That's an obvious one. Citizen assist. Citizen assist, is that another way of a person saying, I just need help with something that's happening on my property, at my home?
Could be something simple as some paperwork to a flat tire, anything that law enforcement helps out somebody that's not criminal in nature. And then we have some other specific ones like VIN inspection, so that would be citizen assist, but more specified, so
Okay.
it's pretty broad.
All right. If you're going to do a neighborhood patrol, that means that you have taken it upon yourself to drive and patrol a neighborhood, is that right? Or is that something that you're asked to do by citizens?
It's mixed. So part of what we do is riding through neighborhoods, businesses to be included. We can call out that we did. We would call it 1081 was the 10 code for it, and it would just mean I'm at this location at this time checking this business or this neighborhood, and it could be for a particular house, it could be for an entire neighborhood, an entire shopping center. And it's just basically a date and time stamp. This officer was there, didn't see anything unusual.
Okay, but it would be at least documented that the officer was out patrolling a particular street
Yes, sir.
or a particular neighborhood, looking for criminal activity or trying to resolve criminal activity in some way.
Yes, sir. So while that's part of the patrol duties as a routine, this would be an affirmative, hey, everybody, I was over here.
Very good, very good. Did you take it upon yourself to look into, I asked you about suspicious persons, but the other types of things, did you pull the call data for a period of time for those types of calls as well?
Yeah, like we talked about for the GBI, yes, and that was for all-encompassing,
Okay.
all calls.
And was that at the direction of the GBI? Like, hey, we want to know what's going on in this neighborhood?
Investigator Lowry was working at it,
Okay.
and I'm good at navigating our system, so I began helping him, and then they were handed over to the GBI.
Very good. Okay, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor. I don't have anything further, thank you. There may be more questions, though.
Sir.
Okay.
No questions.
No questions. Take just 1 second to clear my papers.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Judge. All right. So I want to ask you, Investigator Marcy, directing your attention to page 44 of the transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think you indicated that we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in that neighborhood and see if, because Mr. McMichael's telling you all about these break-ins that are happening, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you dump everything in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What'd you find?
I have the list from Spillman. So the overall numbers I have here include time past the incident through May 25th of 2020. So saying like however many follow-ups per se would be inaccurate to the time frame of 1/1 of 19 to 2/23 of 20. But I do have a breakdown on the actual reports that an officer took a report for. And I have those by date, and I can be a little more accurate on that if that's a concern.
All right,
Dates.
so I just want to be real clear about this. When you say this on the 23rd of February, 2020,
Yes, ma'am.
did you in February or March or April of 2020 go back and do what you said you were going to do by looking at the neighborhood at that time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right, so subsequently then, did you and I have a conversation where I asked you to go ahead and pull that so you could look at it again to refresh your recollection for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point in time, did you go through and look at all of those reports to see if Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was a suspect in any case? Now, I want to be real narrow about this. In any case in Satilla Shores from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd of 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was he a suspect in any of these cases?
No, ma'am.
All right. Also directing your attention to page 44.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense counsel asked you about when Greg McMichael started saying, you know, if he had turned around and said, hey man, you know, I'm Joe, I live around the corner, I'm just out running, it would have been a whole different ballgame, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Greg McMichael expected that this man would stop for him.
Objection. She's asking him to get into the mind of Greg McMichael.
Sustained.
All right. At the end of that, he indicated that Mr. Arbery had no intention of stopping.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever explain why he believed, I mean, talk about Greg McMichael, did he ever explain to you why he believed Mr. Arbery had to stop for he and his son?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 39 now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to talk about lines 14 through 16. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to have you directly quote, and my thought is all the way through earlier.
Okay. Mr. Greg McMichael, and I'm quoting him, he stated, and my thought is he's going after a weapon, you know, because, you know, if he had had a weapon, he'd have probably used it earlier.
Okay. Now, is this in context for the fact that he went up and took Mr. Arbery's arm out from underneath him after he'd fallen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he's talking about he's laying face down, his right arm's under his body. And Mr. McMichael's thought is he's going after a weapon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then he follows up with, you know, if he'd had a weapon, he'd have probably used it earlier, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we've got a probably there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's take a look at this. And here's what I'm going to have you do. You're going to put the page back in. I'm going to have you go through it all. So you might want to underclip it.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you go ahead and go to page number 7.
Okay.
All right, so you saw Mr. Sheffield with his list of all that stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so page number 7, when we're looking at lines 6 through 7, we talked about Mr. McMichael saying Diego had this guy, you know, the video, breaking into or being or wandering around in this house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got all 3 of these kinds of things going on with wandering in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then the next page, Mr. Hogue came up and he talked about, in the middle, on line 17.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's talking about numerous entering autos and break-ins, and then he said, logic tells you that this guy may be the one that's doing it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got a may be the one. And he's talking about logic here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so logic, he may be doing it. Then moving forward, we've got page 11.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so he's talking about lines 15, 16. So now we've got a missing weapon and the possibility in my mind that the guy's been breaking in down the road there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got a possibility. And then you asked him, possibility, and that's your subjective opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then he says, well, that's just a hunch.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now we have a hunch. And then going to the next page, it says, well, we've got that intuition, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he agrees with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got intuition. All right, so then the next page, 13. All right, you went ahead and asked him specifically. So you see this guy out today and he's hauling, what are your thoughts?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's thinking he's either done something or somebody's chasing him or, maybe somebody drove up and found him in their house.
Yes, ma'am.
Or drove up to that particular house he likes to go into over and over again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have like speculation on 4 different things in that sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take you to page 24 again.
Okay.
All right. So middle of the page, line 9. You asked him, is he picking up anything, going through anything?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the quote Mr. McMichael says at that point?
Quoting Mr. McMichael, he says, not that I recall. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there, or if he did, it was early on in this process.
Okay, so if he did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not knowledge that he did, it's if he did.
Yes, ma'am.
So we got an if. Plus we've got an I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything out of there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then he says he keeps going back over there, and then he goes, plus we've had numerous entering autos. And then that's when he says, this guy would be a prime suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we've got prime suspect. But you found that Mr. Arbery was not a suspect in any crime in Satilla Shores from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd of 2020.
Your Honor. Earlier, there was an objection to the question about whether this witness had ever investigated the burglaries or any of the enterings at 220 Satilla Drive. And that is right before we took the break. And the state said that
I'm going to object to the speaking objection.
Finish the thought then.
And the state said that this witness had testified he did not investigate any of those break-ins at 220 Satilla Drive. So for that reason, she's now asking him whether he has confirmed that or disconfirmed it. This is not appropriate.
The state just asked him about page 44. We're about to dump everything that's ever happened and see if and I asked him specifically, did you dump it? He said yes. I said, did you find Mr. Arbery as a suspect in any crime? And he said, no, I didn't find Mr. Arbery as a suspect in any of those crimes.
That's on the record, so what's the question now?
So the question now is, now I can't remember what my question was.
Well, that probably solves the objection.
All right, I'll move on.
It's sustained then.
Thank you.
It's getting late. All right, okay. All right, and then I'm going to direct you to page 43.
I'm there.
All right. Once again, Mr. McMichael's talking about that my son had a missing pistol. I'm pretty certain this guy, well, I don't know for a fact, and I have no reason to think that he did it. Is that what he said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he doesn't know this for a fact and has no reason to believe he did it with regard to the missing pistol. So in contrast to what Mr. Sheffield put up, we've got probability, maybe, possibility, hunch, logic, intuition, speculation, and if.
Yes,
These are all
ma'am.
the things he's telling you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He didn't provide you with any concrete, specific evidence or facts at all about the neighborhood and what was going on with it, except for the open, unsecured construction site at 220 Satilla Drive, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And he was able to tell you about that place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't anything keeping him from giving you specifics because he gave you that specific.
Leading, Your Honor, that's simple questions.
That's the statement.
I may have one moment. I will go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
So it was Greg McMichael first.
Yes, just a recross.
Just briefly, Investigator Marcy, I promise. You've been in law enforcement, remind me, how many years now?
Over 10 years.
Okay. So you are very well familiar with the concept of probable cause, are
Yes.
you not?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning. We're going to talk about probable cause with this officer. Once again, a legal concept to be given to by the court, and I object on that basis.
Let's get to the question.
You're familiar with the concept of probable cause.
Yes, sir.
And in your own work in law enforcement, you have developed probable cause to suspect people of crimes on many occasions, have you not?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those occasions, your probable cause allowed you to conduct an arrest of the person,
Yes, sir.
charge them with a crime,
Yes, sir.
and then let prosecutors determine whether to charge or not.
Yes, sir.
And some of those times, your probable cause turned out to be the end of the case. There were no charges, the case was over. Sometimes.
I don't know the disposition of all of my cases. I know I've dismissed one myself when I found new evidence.
Right.
Um,
In other words,
and generally, I would say yes, I guess.
and generally what?
Generally, I would say yes, I guess. I don't, as far as felony cases especially, I don't know the disposition of all of them. They're not reported back to us.
Well, the point is this, you develop reasons based on information that you turn into probable cause to make an arrest,
Yes, sir.
and sometimes that's the end of the case, and sometimes it goes on to prosecution. That's the way it works, right?
In general, yes, sir.
So in this interview with Greg McMichael, you're talking to him knowing that he also was in law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And because you knew that, did you make the assumption about him that he also understood probable cause?
Objection, speculation, and relevancy is to an assumption made by this officer about anything Greg McMichael knew or understood.
I'll go with your ruling, Your Honor, whatever it is.
That's sustained.
Okay. Well, so when the state just went through words with you like logic, possibility, hunch, intuition, they left out lead. You also told in your interview with Mr. McMichael that you thought it could be a lead, that he had a hunch and you called it a lead and he agreed with you. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. and if, and I don't think, and so forth. He also told you, did he not, that he was certain about some things, like on page 44, you still have your transcript?
I do. I'm on 44.
Page 44, line 1. He was telling you, I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy's broken into. Certain. The guy he's talking about is Ahmaud Arbery, right?
I think there's other houses that they're pretty sure this guy being Mr. Arbery. Yes, sir.
Okay. And he called him a prime suspect at one point.
Yes, sir.
All right. And a suspect would be basically somebody you suspect of having committed crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Sorry, you were asked about investigating crime in the neighborhood to determine whether or not Mr. Arbery was involved in those crimes, was the question that you were asked, correct?
Reviewing the cases to see if he was a suspect.
Reviewing the
is what
cases.
I recall. Yeah. So looking at the cases that we have in Satilla Shores
Okay.
prior to the incident and seeing if he was listed as a suspect or could be a suspect. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you review the burglary case at 405 Holmes Road, Satilla from 7/1/19?
What was the date you had was July 1st?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The 159 Zellwood Drive theft on 12/28/19?
Yes, sir.
The entering auto theft on 135 Zellwood Drive on 12/8/19?
Yes, sir.
And when you say you reviewed this, you're saying you reviewed that something had happened, something was stolen, right?
I pulled up the report and got a broad overview of the general what happened.
But in those cases, there was no arrest made on any suspect?
No, sir.
Yeah, so it's unknown who the suspect was.
Correct.
Okay. The suspicious person call from 7/13/2019 at 230 Satilla Drive, did you review that case?
From 7/13 of 2019.
Right.
What was it labeled as?
Suspicious person call.
The only suspicious I have were in May of 2020. If it was, you know the case number G20 or G19
Well, how about this? If you're saying you don't have any suspicious person cases that you've reviewed, is that what you're saying, other than the one in May of 2020?
No reports that I've reviewed. There may be CAT events, which is a report wasn't done. So I may have information here to say it was closed out and the time,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so there's a suspicious person call on 7/13/19 for 230 Satilla Shores. Did you determine who the suspicious person was?
no, sir, it's closed out. I didn't review the CAT details for that.
And this happens a lot, right? People call the police and say, we see somebody on our property, right?
Yes, sir.
The person has actually taken the time to call 911 because they're concerned or worried or scared,
Yes, sir.
right? And then somebody either comes out and doesn't find the suspicious person, right?
Yes, sir.
Or they can show up and find the suspicious person.
Yes, sir.
right? Okay, so you said you have one suspicious person call for May of 2020. I've got other ones for 2019. Are you saying that you have determined?
Counsel's testifying at this point about what he's got.
It's fine, I'll make a question, Your Honor.
Yeah, well sustained.
Are you saying that you reviewed the suspicious person case on 7/18/19?
Objection. So right now, facts not in evidence about any of these cases.
Your Honor, the question I'm asking him contains a subject matter and facts in it, and I'm asking him to tell me if he knows about it and did anything about it. The state has opened this door by asking him about his review of crime in the neighborhood and whether he's determined whether any of that crime
is related to Mr. Arbery. So I'm following up.
It's sustained. The objection, as I understood it, to the state's direct questioning about particular incidents was that the records weren't certified and didn't know what they were. So without those records, it's sustained.
In terms then of what the state was just asking about whether he made determinations of incidents that Ms. Dunikowski asked him to look at, that he's now testified about. We're not seeking to admit those records. That would be hearsay.
You're testifying to them.
I'm
You
asking
can ask him
if
whether
he-
he's
Yeah.
what he's familiar with, but
Okay.
you're testifying to records.
Okay.
And,
Are you familiar with the suspicious person's call on 8/23/19?
I'll say, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh.
So it's sustained for the same reason that your objection to the state was sustained.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Don't need to remind you. You are going to be released for the day, but you are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good breaking point for the day. So we're going to go ahead and recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, during the recess, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case in front of you. Again, with newspapers and news feeds, make sure you're not looking at any newspapers, not looking at any news feeds about this case. With those instructions, again, all the other instructions I've given you up to this point, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service here in Glenn County, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a good night.
So rise with the jury.